Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became an advocate for villains? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya learned that not all people were born equal at the age of 4. It was like the universe decided that he needed to learn that his classmates really hadn't been that mean to him before. Sure, there was some joking about him not being Izumi anymore, but they left him alone for the most part. You should just give up. It's almost funny how 5 words could completely destroy him. You see, Izuku lives in a world where 80% of the population have superpowers. At least, that's what they want you to believe. That percentage is much more misleading than most people realize. To begin with, that 80% of quirked individuals is the percentage for the entire world. The density of quirk users varies from country to country, and Japan has one of the highest numbers of quirked individuals. Considering that the first quirked baby was born in China, it's not surprising that most countries in Asia have more quirk users than the rest of the world. However, that means that only 5% of Japan's population is quirkless. Of that 5%, about 4.2% of Japan's quirkless population are over 70. The remaining 0.8% are mostly 30 or older. The chance of someone in Izuku's generation being born quirkless is less than 0.23%. Yet here they are. There has to be some mistake. I know that all the other kindergartners have already started showing signs, but Dr. Tsubasa cuts his mother off. Excuse me for asking, Mrs. Midoriya, but you're a 4th-generation quirk user, correct? Yes. I can pull objects towards me, and my husband can breathe fire. The doctor nods and points to an X-ray on his board. You see, a child should develop one of their parents' quirks, or a combination of the two, by the time that they turn 4 years old. However, quirk research has discovered that those who have quirks only have one joint in their pinky toe. It's pretty rare these days, but your son has 2. He won't be getting a quirk. Izuku spent the rest of his day in a daze. When they both got home, Izuku watched All Might's debut video on loop. Watching All Might smile as he saved over 100 people always inspired Izuku, after all. Izuku had hoped that he would stop crying if he could just smile like his hero. All Might is always saving everyone with a big smile. I want to be a super cool hero like that. Izuku could barely see his mom through his watery eyes, but he never forgot what she said next. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. That wasn't what he wanted her to say. When Izuku was 10 years old, he started to believe what other people always told him. He was quirkless, so he was useless. He was quirkless, so he'd never amount to anything. He was quirkless, so he could never be a hero. That was just how things were. He still wanted to be a hero, but Izuku started to look at other options just in case. It never hurt to have a few backup plans. When Izuku was 13 years old, he realized that he lived in a society that didn't want him. He had started to really look at jobs that let quirkless people apply, and he was horrified to see that there was almost nothing there. Every quirkless person seemed to be expected to work a minimum wage job for the rest of their short lives. For some reason, not having a quirk meant that he was less employable than someone who could change their hair color or take their eyeballs out of their sockets. Izuku started to research the unemployment rate for quirkless people with a horrible sense of dread rising within him. There were some quirkless people who still worked in larger companies, but they were almost all older people who had already worked at that company for decades. The discrimination wasn't as bad when they started working, and so most of them got to stay. Anyone quirkless in the generation before Izuku's had a 53% unemployment rate, and those who got jobs were always paid less than their peers with quirks. Suddenly, Izuku wasn't so sure that he had an option other than becoming a hero. He wanted to change things. He wanted to make things better for people without quirks. Izuku wanted to make it better for people who had weak or villainous quirks too. He's been training his brain for a long time. It was time for him to start training his body as well. He refuses to let others make him doubt himself ever again. It's not that Izuku hadn't tried to start training before, honestly. He had tried to take some martial arts classes when he was younger, but the second that any teacher pulled up his quirk registry, a measure was put in place fairly early in quirk history that allowed places with memberships to look at said records, primarily for the safety of their other members. They told him that they weren't equipped to teach someone of his nature. Izuku had sulked about it for a while, but later decided that he'd just try to go on runs and practice moves from videos. That wasn't enough anymore. It was time that he got serious about this if he was going to get into UA. He had always focused more on agility and speed than strength, but he still needed to work on his base strength levels. Izuku was on one of his runs when the idea finally hit him. He looked at the mountains of trash on Dagoba Beach as he ran past, and Izuku started to plan his next move. You want to clean up that beach? It was much prettier before people started dumping their trash there. Is there a specific reason why you want to clean it up? It'll be a lot of work for just you, Izuku. He knew that his mom meant well, but Izuku really didn't want to tell her that he still planned on being a hero. She always seemed so worried about him, even if she never seemed to notice when he came home hurt, and he didn't want to make her feel any worse. Well, mostly, I just think it's a shame for it to be left as it is. No one seems to be planning to do anything about it, so why shouldn't I start trying to clean it up? It could even double as strength training if I'm careful about it. I just have to slowly work my way up to the bigger things. You know that we haven't found a gym willing to let me buy a membership yet, and it'd be helping both me and our community at the same time. Inko tilted her head and hummed, pondering that for a while. Alright, just make sure that you wear thick gloves, Izuku. You don't want to cut yourself on any of that trash. Do you want me to hire someone to go out there and take the trash off for you? I'd need to know what days and time that I should schedule them for, though. Can we afford that? I don't want to make things too difficult for you. Don't be silly, baby. I've done plenty of freelance work lately, so we're doing fine, even with my reduced hours. I may have to find material outside, but I can still write my articles at home. Kevin, I was thinking about cleaning things up on Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for now. I know that I need break days in between. Maybe send someone out there at around 6:30? That way I can still get home before it gets too dark. Sounds good. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. See, you don't have to be a hero to do good things for the people around you. Izuku plastered on a small, fake smile and nodded. His mom didn't notice, though. She never did. Izuku was in his last year in middle school before he knew it. He spent most of summer break cleaning Dagoba, and even his break days were filled with running and filling out his notebooks. Izuku had already managed to clean about half of the beach, and while he wasn't insanely buff, he never really would be until he was old enough to take. He did have more muscle on him. That hadn't stopped his classmates from taunting him. Bakugo, not Kaken, not anymore, had been as relentless as ever, and Bakugo always seemed to encourage others to attack him too. Izuku decided to leave a bit earlier than usual. Maybe walking around a bit could clear his head. Izuku ran into a villain attack on the way to school, and suddenly he was very glad that he had left early. He focused on the low murmurs of the crowd around him, since they could help fill in the blanks for his analysis. What did he do? He tried to steal a purse. He went wild when someone cornered him, though. Izuku sighed. This had been a petty crime. If only that guy hadn't made it worse for himself by causing so much destruction. His eyes start to flick over the heroes on the scene. Is that illegal quirk usage during rush hour, robbery, and assault? You're pure evil. It's Kamui Woods. He's been rising up through the charts lately. Izuku also thought that his dramatics were a large part of that. Honestly, pure evil? The guy is huge. He could crush so many people if he wasn't obviously trying to avoid hurting innocents. He looks desperate, not evil. You're a fanboy, huh? Not really. I just like to keep track of what's going on, is all. It's because my mom is a journalist. Really, he just wants to know about his future coworkers. How many of them will hear the word quirkless and think that he's worthless? Most of them. He'll change that. Lacquered chain prison. Canyon cannon. Izuku really wishes he could that say he was surprised. Did she really just kick that guy when he was about to be bound? That caused excessive damage both to him and the train tracks. Today's my debut. I'm pleased to make your butt-quaintance. Izuku wants to die, just a little. I already can't stand her. But just why? This is how you want to debut. He takes notes on her quirk anyway, but Izuku jolts when he looks at the time on his phone. CRP. I'm going to be late for school at this rate. Izuku takes off in a run, mentally noting that MT Lady was another hero who would probably never be on his side. Phew, I made it just in time. Izuku slides into his seat, and moments later their teacher walks in the room holding several papers. You guys are all third years now, so it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures. I would hand out these career forms, but I know you all want to be heroes. He then proceeds to throw the forms everywhere, barely bothering to scold the class for the mass outburst of illegal quirk usage. Honestly, how irresponsible can you be? Most of my classmates would have to work a lot harder than they have to become heroes, and they at least have the option of making a backup plan. It's not wrong to encourage them, but they need to apply to more than just hero schools. Don't lump me in with these losers. Bakugo is the same as ever. Izuku honestly can't believe that he used to look up to the guy. Bakugo. I know that you're aiming for Yue. Izuku tries his hardest to tune Bakugo out as he stands up on his desk and screeches about being the best, or whatever. So noisy. You're going for Yue too, aren't you, Midoriya? He wanted to cry. Why would you do this to me, sensei? The entire class burst into laughter. Midoriya in you? Good grades alone can't get you into the hero course. Deflect. Deflect, Izuku. I never said that I was trying for the hero course. UA is still the best school in the county. Their general department is great too. Izuku was also applying for general education, to be fair, but that was just because he knew that he could transfer into the hero course if he did well enough in the sports festival. Most people didn't know about that, but Izuku practically stalked the underground hero forums for any information on Eraserhead. His quirk only evened the playing field after all, so he was an inspiration to him. Izuku had found an old recording of the sports festival during Eraserhead's first year. He had been a general education student, and it didn't take much effort to put two and two together. His deflecting didn't deter Bakugo, sadly. Izuku is lucky that the explosion that charred his desk missed him. Cut the sheet, Deku. UA is for the best of the best. Do you really think that you can compete with me? Quite frankly, that's not it. I'm just trying to get into a good school, Bakugo. I'm not only applying to UA. That was also true, though getting into UA would be the best-case scenario. He needed that sort of prestige if he was going to get anywhere as a quirkless hero. He could always go underground, but then he wouldn't be able to make any of the big changes that he wanted to. Izuku wanted to inspire people like him. They had to see him for that to happen. You're pathetic, Deku. What can you even do? It won't waste their time with you. The rest of the school day went by quickly, and Izuku wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. He had already packed everything up, but Bakugo stopped him before he could get out of the door. I'm not finished with you, Deku. Izuku hunches over, making himself look as small as possible. This does not look good. What do you need, Bakugo? The best heroes out there all showed signs of greatness from a young age. I can't have someone like you ruining my perfect origin story. Don't bother trying for you, Deku. You're too worthless to make the cut, even in the general program. He tries to stop it, but Izuku still feels tears welling up in his eyes. You said that you wouldn't let them get to you anymore, Izuku? He ignores Bakugo's lackeys laughing and talking to themselves, but when Bakugo starts to talk, he freezes. That tone? And hey, I've got an idea for you. Why don't you go take a swan dive off the roof of the building? Maybe you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. Izuku can't stop crying. He doesn't know why this hurts so much. It's not like his classmates haven't suicide baited him before, but it feels more personal somehow. Maybe it's because this time someone said it to his face instead of leaving flowers on his desk or gifting him razor blades for his birthday. You're so stupid, Bakugo. If I really jumped, then all it would take is a note for you to be arrested for instigating suicide. If they even bothered with following protocol for someone who is quirkless. Izuku hated that he had to wonder if they would even bother. He sighed and started to head home. I just have to keep my head up. I've been working hard. I can do this. Suddenly, an ominous gurgling sound comes from the tunnel that Izuku just walked through. He turns, slowly, and bolts the second he sees the green sludge coming out of the sewers. Izuku managed to get away from the sewer grate, but he couldn't prevent the sludge from latching onto him. A villain? I'm going to die. I can't do this. Calm down, kid. I'm just going to hijack your body. It'll only be 45 seconds, and then it'll all be over. Think. This person isn't solid, so I can't hit them or anything. Their eyes aren't made of sludge. I never thought that he would show up in town. You're my hero, kid. Izuku frantically pushed his arm upwards through the sludge, slowly moving towards those giant eyes. Black spots started to dance in his vision, but Izuku managed to get a jab in at one of the sludge villain's eyes. It was only one finger, but it earned him a few precious seconds of air. Why you dash? Fear not, kid. I'm here. Texas smash. Izuku hits the ground. On the positive side, I can breathe again. That really hurt though. Are you alright, kid? Yeah. I think so. Izuku stands up slowly, coughing. His lungs feel gross. That's a relief. Sorry that you got caught up in my villain hunt. The sewer system here was more complicated than I thought. My victory here was thanks to you. The villain is contained now. Izuku couldn't believe that he was really in front of All Might right now. Did he put them in soda bottles? I guess that's one way of doing it. An autograph. My notebook fell out. Izuku picked it up and looked at the pages it was open to. He already? Thank you so much. This will be a family heirloom. I'll go turn this guy into the police. You can catch more of me on TV. Wait. A pro battles both villains and time. Thanks for your support. I need to ask him. Izuku is about to do something very stupid, but deep down he still wants just one person to believe in him. Suddenly he's flying through the air and holding on to All Might's leg like his life depends on it. Mostly because it does. Hey now. You need to let go, kid. This is a bit much. If I let go right now, then I'll die. I'll land somewhere, then. Izuku was practically hyperventilating on the roof of this building. I've had far too many close calls with death for one day. What was I thinking? The people in this building should let you down. I don't have the time for this, really. Wait. I won't. Izuku closes his eyes and yells out, too afraid to see if All Might would actually listen. Can I still be a hero without a quirk? I've always been bullied because I'm quirkless, and no one has ever believed in me. I want to help people, and I want to make it so that no one has to go through the things that I have ever again. I want to save them with a smile, just like you. When he opens his eyes again, Izuku sees a skeletal man standing where All Might was. His hair, his eyes, his height too. What happened to him? All Might? Are you okay? Izuku sees blood start leaking from his mouth and almost screams. He's definitely not okay. So, you've seen the real me. Don't go posting about it on the internet, kid. All Might sighs and sits down. Then he lifts his shirt up to expose one of the worst scars that Izuku has ever seen, and that's saying something considering how many scars that he has. An enemy did this to me 5 years ago. My stomach had to be removed, and my respiratory system almost went with it. Those injuries have caused me to grow weaker, and I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day now. 5 years ago? Toxic chainsaw didn't seem to do that much damage to you in your fight. You know your stuff, kid. You're right, that guy couldn't lay a scratch on me. The villain who did this. I made sure that it wasn't made public. The symbol of peace can't ever falter in the face of evil. If a villain can do this to me, then I'm sorry, kid, but I don't think that you can become a hero without a quirk. Izuku had never really expected that he might not get the answer he wanted on this rooftop. All Might was always going on about how anyone could be a hero, so why did he have to exclude the quirkless too? If you want to help people, then you can always be a police officer. No, I can't. Quirkless people are barred from the police force. Our so-called disability makes us a liability on the field, apparently. You're the #1 hero. You should know that quirk discrimination laws don't cover the people that don't have one. They may be mocked, but they still do admirable work. It's not wrong to dream, kid, but you need to be realistic. All Might opens the door to the building, and Izuku can't see him anymore. Izuku is glad for it. He feels like he's going to be sick. For just a moment, Izuku stands on the rooftop, alone, and he considers jumping. He turns around and goes down the stairs. Izuku just wants to go home after such a horrible day, and when he snaps out of his dejected daze, he is furious. Fine then. If All Might is just another a-hole that I have to prove wrong, then so be it. He starts to move with more purpose when he hears it. Explosions. Another villain fight? Maybe getting some new notes will improve my mood. Izuku starts to gravitate towards the crowd and freezes in horror. The slime villain? That means All Might dropped them because of me. And he's out of time too because I wasted it. Why aren't the other heroes doing anything though? Backdraft could hose down the villain now that the civilians are away from the fires. He'd be able to put them out afterwards. The villain's eyes are obvious weak spots too. When the sludge villain turns towards the crowd, Izuku sees horrifyingly familiar red eyes. He may be awful, but he doesn't deserve this. Izuku rummages through his backpack and pulls out a pair of scissors. Fine then. If the heroes won't do anything to help him, then I guess that I'll have to. Even if I did die, would it be much of a loss? Izuku runs forward, weaving through the crowd and heroes alike. He hears people yelling around him, but Izuku is MSTR of tuning people out when they start screaming at him. He gets in close, but this time the sludge villain fails to grab him. Izuku jams his scissors into one of the villain's eyes. They scream in pain, and Izuku flinches a little at the sound, but it seems to do the trick. Bakugo's next explosion knocked one of his arms out of the sludge villain's grasp, and Izuku pulled Bakugo's arm so hard that he managed to free him. Before Izuku can start running, both from the sludge villain and Bakugo if he's being honest, All Might rushes forward and hits the villain with a Detroit smash. He's still a little angry at All Might, but he can appreciate the save for what it is. This fight has decidedly not improved my mood, and now I'm being yelled at for doing their jobs for them? Everything had seemed fine at first, even if the heroes were warning him to be more careful about causing permanent harm to someone, but then Bakugo just had to go screaming about how he didn't need a quirkless loser to save him. The heroes had already been praising Bakugo's quirk, but now they were all talking about how Izuku had no reason to step in. Obviously, I did have to step in. That shut them up for a moment. It's almost like they expected him to just let them tear him a new one when they were the ones who didn't do anything at all. Death Arms just looked at Izuku and scoffed. You only got in the way, kid? 60 seconds? What? Someone can only last 60 seconds, maximum, before they drown. All of you were just standing around, doing absolutely nothing while you let a kid drown. All Might didn't show up until after I pulled Bakugo out of the sludge. Even he would have been too late without Bakugo getting air. We couldn't do anything with our quirks, kid. And I didn't have one to use at all. You're making excuses. Backdraft could have such priorities to diluting the sludge villain with his water blasts. The risk of Bakugo drowning was already so high that the chance of getting him loose by making it harder for the villain to control their movements would have been worth it. The fires might have spread a little in the meantime, but new ones wouldn't keep popping up either. Kamui Woods could have done the same thing with his branches that I did with a pair of scissors, considering how obvious it was that the eyes were a weak point, but refused to do so out of a fear of getting burned. He could have soaked his arms with Backdraft's water too, which would have kept his arms from catching fire for long enough to get Bakugo out. What kind of hero backs away from saving someone because they risk getting hurt? There was plenty that you could have done with your quirks, you just didn't. Izuku turned around and walked away. He didn't see that a news crew had caught his entire speech on camera. On his way home, Izuku got yelled at by Bakugo some more. He just let it flow in one ear and out the other, but the gist was that the Bakugo wasn't appreciative of the fact that he saved him at all. That's fine. Heroes save people when they need to be saved, regardless of who they are and what they've done. Today proved that I'm already more of a hero than Bakugo will ever be. I am here. What? Izuku whipped around just in time to see All Might cough out blood and shrink down again. That seriously can't be healthy. There has to be something that he could do to lessen the strain. I wanted to thank you, kid. Without you, I wouldn't have found the inspiration to move past my limit. That being said, you really have to be more careful about hurting villains in the future. I know. There just wasn't anything else that I could think of that would affect them. It was too loud for me to call out strategies to the heroes, So I did what I could with what I had. You did a good job, kid. You, with no quirk at all, spurred me into action. Many of the greatest heroes show signs as children. They claim that they moved before they could think. That's exactly what happened with you, right? Not at all. I made a plan first. Running in recklessly just gets more people hurt. That's obviously not what he wants to hear, though. Yes. You can be a hero. Did I really change his mind? I believe that you're worthy of inheriting my power. What's with that look on your face? This is a proposal for you, my boy. I'm asking if you want to inherit my quirk. No. People speculate that my quirk is super strength of some kind, but it's nothing so simple. My quirk was passed down to me like an Olympic torch, and it's the accumulated power of 7 generations of users before me. My quirk is called One for All, and I want you to be the next wielder. I didn't change his mind at all. He still thinks that I'm not good enough as I am. Of course, it is up to you, my boy. So, what do you say? No. All Might coughs and an alarmingly large amount of blood hits the ground. What? I said no. I don't need a quirk to become a hero, and I can't become the type of hero that I need to be if I just take your power. I won't tell anyone about this, but you need to find a different successor. Then Izuku does what he does best. He runs away. He doesn't care about the fact that he left All Might stupefied on the walkway. Izuku doesn't want to look at that signature in his notebook anymore. Izuku closes the door to his room with a soft click, and for the first time in his life, seeing All Might all around him doesn't make him feel safe. He just feels small. Alright, it's time to start planning. I've got 10 months left before my first entrance exam. I bet that UA does their exams so early so that students can apply to other hero schools too. I'll put myself down for going to the Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu exams as well. I just won't show up if I get into UA. Izuku spends the next 10 months doing everything that he can to prepare for what was coming his way. Bakugo left him alone, surprisingly, and Izuku sold all of his All Might merchandise. His mom was happy about that, mostly because she just thought that he was growing out of his hero phase, but Izuku was using the money to modify a taser for his entrance exams. It's the best choice, really. I can only bring in one support item, so I need to make something that would work against people and machines. I would be alright in a fight against people, I think, but I refuse to leave myself helpless if that isn't what the entrance exam is. Izuku's modified taser, after a lot of painful trial and error, has 2 modes. One that lets him fight people at a low enough voltage to only risk dazing them, and another that he stopped increasing the voltage on after he accidentally knocked the power out for their entire apartment building. Izuku would practice more martial arts, mostly mixed martial arts, and start doing more parkour over the next 10 months. It only took him 5 months to finish cleaning up the beach, so Izuku started to do increasingly dangerous stunts, like running across roofs in the dark, but he learned. He twisted his ankle a time or two, but he got better. Before he knew it, it was time for Izuku to take UA's entrance exam. Let's do this. I can be a hero. The morning of the UA entrance exam dawned just like any other, if Izuku didn't count the fact that his anxiety was even worse than usual. He meticulously checked his backpack for the 3rd time to make sure that he had everything that he could possibly need. Pencils, water bottle, snacks, notebook, first aid kit, athletic clothes, wallet, support item paperwork, my taser, and a whole bunch of taser cartridges. I think that I'm good. Izuku's room looks vastly different than it used to. His desk has become an amalgamation of a writing and tinkering station. Izuku would do anything to ensure that he had every advantage in the field that he could make for himself. He also had far less hero merchandise than he used to. Izuku already sold the merchandise from any heroes that he had found issue with for his taser modifications. And taser cartridges. He's bought a lot of taser cartridges. It's amazing what someone can teach themselves in a few months, through videos and books alone, when they have no social life to maintain. Izuku's collection of books had expanded over the past 10 months too, primarily consisting of engineering how-to guides and social commentary. Izuku takes a deep breath and steps out of his room. He's done everything that he possibly can to prepare for this, so he just has to stop psyching himself out. Izuku almost cringes when he walks into the kitchen and sees that his mom is already awake. He'd been hoping to leave before she woke up. Good morning, sweetie. Do you have everything that you need? The general exam is supposed to let out by noon, right? Why? I'll probably hang out for a bit afterwards, though. I figured that I could walk back home with Kakin after he finishes the hero exam. The last thing that Izuku needed was for his mother to suspect that he was applying for the hero course too, and that was as good of an excuse as any. His mom didn't know that he and Bakugo weren't friends anymore after all, and he didn't want her to refuse to let him go. That's fine, sweetie. Just text me when you're done with your exam, okay? And let me know when you and Katsuki are heading back. Sure thing, Mom. I better get going. Love you. Izuku could text her after getting out of the written exam. He would just have to be quick about it. As Izuku closed the door behind him and jogged toward the train station, he couldn't keep the smile off of his face. Today was the day that his life would change. UA is even bigger than I imagined it would be. This is so surreal. Izuku takes a deep breath and steps forward, determination fueling him. He was going to do this. He would prove everyone wrong. Get out of my way, Deku. I guess it was too much to hope to avoid Bakugo here, of all places. At least he thinks that I'm only going for general education. Izuku steps to the side and allows Bakugo to stomp his way forward. Honestly, no one is going to feel safe when he comes to save them. He needs to at least pretend to have some people's skills. Izuku strolled forward with a small smile on his face. Bakugo is going to be so set off if I actually manage to do this. Izuku's thoughts are interrupted by him managing to trip over what must be the only loose brick on this path. He moves to catch himself in a front handspring, but turns around when he notices that he was still in the air. Sorry about that. It's my quirk. I just thought that it'd be bad luck to fall before the exam, but I guess you didn't need my help, huh? It's fine. I could have hurt my wrist trying to do that, so you still helped out. I just figured that it'd be better to do that than to land on my face, you know? I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. Izuku laughs, trying to dispel his nervous energy. He wasn't used to people actually being nice to him, and that was a sad thought. The brown-haired girl set him down with a smile on her face, and then she put her fingers together. A 5-point touch activation quirk? One that manipulates gravity if I had to guess. I'm Uraraka Ochako. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. Good luck with your exam. Why you too? Thanks. Maybe UA really will be different? The written exam was nothing too strenuous, but Izuku was a bit stressed out when he had to go through the line for approved support items. Sure, he had been allowed to bring in a taser, but would they notice his modifications? He tried to keep them subtle, but at least they couldn't accidentally discover the high-voltage mode. The SW for that wasn't where anyone would naturally hold a taser. Next. He sounds dead inside, which is a mood, but still. Izuku steps forward and puts his taser and the paperwork on the table in front of him. When he looks up at who is checking over the gear, Izuku almost has a heart attack. Eraserhead? We don't get a lot of kids that would recognize me. Looks like your paperwork is fine. Eraserhead takes the paper and hands back the taser, a wide, creepy grin on his face. Give them hell, kid. There's technically no rule that prohibits modification of basic support items, though I suspect that may change after this. Izuku gives Eraserhead an equally creepy grin in return. I'm sure that it will. Izuku's expression softens. And, thank you, Eraserhead. You've always been an inspiration to me. He couldn't keep idling around, though, so Izuku heads off to the exam room with all of the other hero course applicants, after he sends a quick text to his mother. If he had stuck around for a few moments longer, then Izuku might have seen the shock on his favorite hero's face. Of course, because the universe hates Izuku, his seat was right next to Bakugo. What are you doing here, you shitty Deku? It's bad enough that you're trying to get into UA at all. I never said that I wasn't going to try for the hero course. I just never said that I was either. It's not my fault that you jumped to conclusions. Ha! Thankfully, Izuku's saving grace comes in the form of present mic. Welcome to today's live performance, little listeners. Everybody say hey. Hey. Well, this is awkward. Why was Izuku the only person in the entire auditorium to respond? I like your energy, examinee 8023. Let's get into the guidelines for the practical. Wow. It's so cool that both Present Mike and Eraserhead are here. They're both some of my favorite heroes, and I have the chance to be taught by them. Quit muttering, Deku. Right? Focus, Izuku. This test will be a 10-minute-long cityscape battle. Any items that got through the check can be brought with you. It looks like Bakugo is in a different testing arena from me. It's probably to try to make cooperation harder, but they really saved me with this. Each city is filled with 3 different types of robots. The goal is to use your quirks to disable these villains and earn as many points as you can. Of course, unheroic behavior, like attacking other examines, is strictly prohibited. That's a relief at least. Izuku was just glad that he didn't have to worry about Bakugo maiming another contestant. Bakugo wouldn't risk not getting in, so people stuck with Bakugo in their testing area should be fine. Of course, that's assuming that the collateral damage from Bakugo's explosions don't wind up hurting people anyway. May I ask a question? There are 4 villains on our handouts. Such an error is unbecoming of an academy as prestigious as UA. Isn't a question? And Present Mike wasn't done talking yet. Give him some time. And you, with the curly, green hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's incredibly distracting. If you're not going to take this seriously, then just leave. I can assure you that my muttering, which is a nervous habit that it's rude to call attention to, is less distracting than someone standing up and yelling across the auditorium without even giving Present Mike the chance to finish talking. Izuku freezes once he realizes that he actually said that out loud. Curse his nerves for destroying his mental verbal filter. All right, listeners. Good catch, examinee 7111. The 4th robot isn't worth any points, so there's not really any point to fighting them. I see, so it's a gimmick that we're supposed to avoid. Thank you, sir. I apologize for the interruption. That's all that I've got to tell you, listeners, so I'll leave you all with this. Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life, in whatever shape they may challenge us to combat. Plus ultra. Break a leg, everyone." This is ridiculous, honestly. Why would they have a testing area that is this big? And if they're all the same size? Even if Cementos did the base construction, this has to cost millions. Millions that could go into things like rehabilitation programs, but instead they choose to build robots and cities for kids to destroy. What a waste. It's like a whole city. Everyone here seems so carefree. You'd expect that they would be at least a little bit nervous. Wait, is that? Izuku couldn't believe his luck. He was in the same testing site as Uraraka. Maybe he could convince her to team up? Or would that make it look like he wasn't contributing as much? As Izuku moved to go speak to her, a sharp voice interrupted him. That girl seems to be preparing herself. Why are you even here? Are you just trying to distract the others? Izuku couldn't stop himself from flinching when the robot guy grabbed him. It didn't hurt, not really, but Izuku has a lot of starburst burn scars on his shoulders from Bakugo grabbing him. Being touched out of nowhere was bringing up bad memories. Everyone around Izuku already seemed to be writing him off, and now Izuku was wondering if UA would be the same as everywhere else, after all. Don't go grabbing people without permission. Are you just here to harass me, or are you here because you want to be a hero? Honestly, I can't even be sure that he didn't feel my sports bra. You don't just go around touching strangers. Izuku huffs and walks forward, moving toward the front of the crowd, and starts stretching himself out with a feral grin. And begin. Everyone else seems to hesitate, but Izuku knows just how important it is to be able to run with just a moment's notice. He's out of the gate before anyone else even moves. His head start didn't count for much, not when all of his fellow applicants have quirks to count on, but Izuku managed to take down 5 1-pointers, 4 2-pointers, and 2 3-pointers by shooting their eyes with his taser in a little under 4 minutes. Alright, 19 points isn't a bad start, but I've got to get some more points. I'm glad that I chose a taser, honestly. I can just remove the cartridges and leave them stuck to the robots. Then it's just a matter of dodging until I can get another cartridge in. Izuku's strategy of keeping 1 cartridge each in the zipped pockets of his breathes and restocking them from his backpack every time that he can seems to be working well so far. I haven't even had to use the higher voltage option yet. These robots are really made to be easily breakable, huh? 6 minutes left, listeners. Izuku grins as another one-pointer pulls out in front of him, aiming his taser for its glowing, red eye. Before he can pull the trigger, though, a massive laser beam destroys the thing's neck. That would have been fine. Izuku could just find another one, but the rubble was falling towards the guy who had just destroyed it. Watch out! The blonde who shot the laser managed to back away in time, thankfully. Merci. I appreciate the assist. I think that I might be seeing you again after all. Izuku thinks he understands the point of having 0 pointers, even if he hasn't seen any yet, in the exam now. After all, heroes are meant to save others above all else, right? Izuku manages to take a few more robots down, a 1-pointer, 3 2-pointers, and 2 more 3-pointers to be specific, and he seems to be fairly on par with the other scores that he hears being called out. I can't be sure that the 3 people that I've helped count for anything. I know that I have 32 points, but is that enough? Suddenly, the ground starts to shake. Izuku looks around and feels his jaw drop at the sight of the 0-pointer. I guess I understand why I didn't see any before. Everyone in the arena turned around and started to run away. Izuku moved to do the same, but he froze when he heard something. More specifically, he heard someone. Ow! Uraraka was trapped underneath the rubble. There was no way that she'd be able to get out alone, and Izuku couldn't count on the teachers being able to stop the 0-pointer in time. He moved. The concrete moved beneath Izuku's feet at a pace faster than he thought himself capable of running. There was no way that he could manage to get the targeting system down with this robot. Its eyes were too high up for him to shoot. Izuku hit the SWH, installed on the back of the handle, 3 times with 5-second intervals between, and he started to run towards the robot. I've just got to get close enough to... Izuku fires the cartridge at one of the joints in the 0-pointer's leg, but he has to move quickly. The robot is sputtering, frozen except for some twitching, but he wouldn't bet on it staying that way for long. Izuku drops the cartridge from his taser and runs back to Uraraka, using an uprooted street sign to help him lift the rubble. Can you crawl forward for me, Uraraka-san? I should be able to grab you and help you out with one of my hands if you can get a bit closer. Why? I think so. She moved forward, bit by bit, until Izuku could grab her hand. He pulled her out and to her feet, supporting her when she couldn't stand on her left ankle properly. Let's get you away from that thing before it dash, and then the worst thing that could possibly happen, did. The 0-pointer began to move again, and there was no way that Izuku could get Uraraka away before it got to them. He opened his left pocket and pulled out another taser cartridge, loading it. He put a couple more from his backpack into his pockets, just in case. Uraraka-san, can you use your quirk on me? Sure, but what are you going to do? I'm going to taste that thing in the eyes. That's been the weak point for every robot so far, and I can't get you away before it'll get to us. It's our best shot. On it? As Uraraka touched his arm, Izuku jumped, and then he flew. He was heading toward the 0-pointer's face with his taser aimed forward at an alarmingly quick speed, but at least it couldn't swing an arm at him fast enough to actually hit him. Izuku got closer and closer, and finally he pulled the trigger. This time he managed to hit the 0-pointer right in the middle of the glowing, red eye that wasn't connected to the others in an X. It was risky to go for that one first. The others were all obviously on the same circuit, but it wound up being the best decision that Izuku could have made. The entire robot shut down, eyes dulling. Yes. I picked the right eye, thank you, Racerhead. Wait. How do I stop moving? He didn't. Izuku wound up smacking into the, now dead, 0-pointer, and leveraging his way down the giant thing. Once he got closer to the ground, he called out to Uraraka. Can you cancel your quirk now, please? Uraraka did so, but she doubled over immediately after. Izuku moves to help her stand up again, but by the time he got over to her, oh thank goodness. I thought that I was going to be SI-. She threw up all over him. Izuku sighs. I'm so sorry. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'm just glad that you're fine. I'll just go take a shower before I head home. Keep your weight off your ankle. It looks like it's at least sprained. Before Izuku could even begin to lead Uraraka away from all the rubble, a loud voice called out to all the applicants. Time's up. Izuku chuckled. Well, at least I'll get to go take that shower now. We should get you medical attention first, though. Why? Sorry, Midoriya-kun. The two walk forward a bit, Uraraka leaning on Izuku, but he stops them both when he sees Recovery Girl. Have we got any injuries in this testing area? Over here, Recovery Girl. Uraraka-san hurt her ankle. It's only sprained, I think, but I tried to keep her off of it. It was super fascinating to see how Recovery Girl's quirk worked up close. Izuku wondered if she caused the boost in healing by massively accelerating cell repair, or if there was another natural process that she sped up. And what happened to you, dearie? Uraraka groaned miserably before she answered for him. I used my quirk too much. He helped me stand up and was supporting me so that I could walk. I wound up getting sick on him. I see. Don't feel so embarrassed about it. This sort of thing happens all the time. Is anyone else hurt? Izuku waved a farewell to Uraraka before going to get cleaned up, suddenly very thankful that he had to come in ordinary clothes to keep his mom from being suspicious. At least he had something that he could change into. Izuku sent a quick text to his mother and started to make his way home. Up in the teacher's observation room, All Might had never felt more certain that Midoriya Izuku was meant to be his successor. A week passes, and Izuku is a bundle of nervous energy. He knows that his letter should be here either today or tomorrow, but, knowing his luck, it'll arrive today. He doesn't want to have to open it in front of his mother. Izuku knows that he has to be absolutely sure that he got into the hero course before he shows it to her. It's here, Izuku. His mom holds out the letter, and Izuku takes it with shaking hands. Is it okay if I open it in my room? I'd rather be able to tell you if it's good or bad news after I know for sure. If you're sure, baby, but you are pretty smart. I'd be more surprised if you didn't make it into the general program. Izuku doesn't doubt that he managed to pass the written exam. He didn't make a perfect score, but he wouldn't bet on making less than a 90 either. I know. It's silly, but I really would prefer to open it alone. Go ahead, dear. I'll wait here for you. Izuku closes the door to his room with a shuddery sigh. I guess it's time to find out if I need to buy more taser cartridges. He sits down at his desk and opens the envelope, surprised to see a metal disc fall onto his desk alongside the standard letter. This is a projection. All Might? Why would he record discs for UA? It's been a while, young Midoriya. You see, I've come to town for one reason. To teach at you. Why does the world hate me? You scored remarkably well on the written exam, making a 92. But we have to take the practical into account as well. Now, the 32 combat points that you received would have been enough for you to just barely squeak through, but that's not all there was to the practical. I knew that there had to be another element. Either way, it seems like he passed. Izuku can tolerate having to learn from All Might. He's just glad that he's made it. Look at the screen for a moment. Izuku watches as he warns the laser kid about the falling rubble. Next, he sees himself pulling the exhausted purple-haired guy out of the way of a crumbling building, and watches the same guy help Izuku when one of the robots that Izuku showed him how to take down almost landed on his leg. Then, Izuku watches as he pulls a blonde with pale blue eyes away from a two-pointer that he hadn't noticed. Watching it in third person let him see that the blonde was confused after touching him, for some reason. Finally, Izuku watches himself take down the zero-pointer with a taser, spite, and a lot of nerves. You see, we weren't just watching you take down villains for this exam. No hero course could reject someone who goes out of their way to do the right thing, especially when they don't know that it will help them. We also included rescue points. I was right. Then that means dash. Midoriya Izuku. Your warning to young Aoyama earned you 4 rescue points. Your save of young Shinso earned 10 rescue points, and he earned 10 in return when assisting you. Your assistance to young Monoma earned you 6 more rescue points. Finally, for your incredible bravery in saving young Uraraka, you earned 60 more rescue points. She earned 45 for the role she played in it. No way. Young Midoriya, your final score was a whopping 112 points. You are the highest scoring applicant that we have this year, and one of the highest scoring applicants of all time. Welcome to your Hero Academia. I did it. I really did it. Izuku rushes out of his room with a giant smile on his face. Surely this will prove to his mother that he has what it takes. Mom, I got in. Oh, I'm so proud of you, baby. You're going to do so well in general education. No. Mom, I got in the hero course. What? I knew that you'd just worry if I told you that I was planning to apply, so I thought that I could make you proud by getting in and surprising you. But Izuku, it's going to be so dangerous for you, baby. There's no way that you can do this. But I can, Mom. I got first place for the entire year. All Might said that I was one of the highest scoring applicants that UA has ever had. I got 112 points, Mom. I didn't just barely get in, I did the best. Oh, Izuku, I don't like this. I don't like it at all. I guess that I can't stop you. Just don't feel bad when you decide to transfer down, okay, sweetie? She really isn't ever going to believe in me, is she? Or maybe the sports festival can change her mind. She might just need to see it for herself. I won't, because I won't give up this chance for anything. This is only the beginning of Izuku's journey to become something great. Izuku wishes that he didn't feel so small in his own house. It's the morning of his first day at UA, and he's excited, he really is, but he can't ignore the constant feeling of being such an awful son. He knew that he was stressing his mother out with his dreams of a better tomorrow, but Izuku also knew that giving up on his dreams would be giving up the only thing that gave him meaning. The house is quiet and cold before he leaves, but Izuku is honestly grateful that he doesn't have to placate his mother's fretting. He has everything that he could ever need for his first day of school. Well, he didn't need to bring the taser. He was mostly bringing it so that he could leave it wherever his costume and equipment would be. I do have a sports bra, right? I'm not sure if we'll do anything physical on our first day, but it's better to be safe than sorry. After double-checking and finding that he did need to grab a sports bra first, Izuku walks outside and locks the door behind him. He heads toward the train station with a huge smile on his face. UA, here I come. 1A, where is 1A? This place is even bigger on the inside. Izuku is starting to worry that he didn't leave early enough to get to class on time. The last thing that he needs is the sort of reputation that follows being late on his first day. Oh, there it is. Izuku finally finds his classroom, and he's amazed at just how large the door is. It's nice to see that they're being inclusive. I wonder who all is going to be in my class? It'd be nice to talk to Uraraka again. I really hope that I don't have to deal with Bakugo or that robot guy, though. Izuku takes a deep breath, opens the door, and discovers that his life must, in fact, be some sort of cosmic joke. And I'm stuck with both of them. Of course I am. Izuku really wants to just sneak past them and sit down, but one look at the seating chart tells him that he doesn't get to do that. The classroom was already mostly filled, but of course he would be assigned to sit behind Bakugo. Izuku shuffles inside the classroom, and for a moment he thinks that he might just be able to pull off sneaking in after all. That hope is dashed when Ida, who he is glad that he doesn't have to keep calling Robot Guy, rushes over to introduce himself. Izuku returns the favor, nerves abating a bit. Maybe he's just really proper? He might not be that bad after all. Ida must have been stressed out too. Midoriya-kun, you were able to discern the true nature of the exam, weren't you? Not really, no. I guess that something else was going on, but I still wasn't sure if helping others would have any effect on my score. I just couldn't stand by and not help, I guess. Now that Ida wasn't blocking the way to his desk, Izuku went to sit down. He pulled out a notebook and pencil, and tried not to think about the fact that he was sitting behind someone who was furious when he discovered that Izuku had gotten into UA. At the very least, it doesn't seem like UA let other students know who got what place. Bakugo might have actually killed Izuku if he knew that he was the one that got first. Oh, Midoriya-kun. I'm glad that you got in. I figured that you would after you saved me. I'm glad that we're in the same class, Uraraka-san. Me too. We've got the entrance ceremony and guidance sessions today, right? I wonder who our teacher will be. Izuku fidgets, watching Ida and Uraraka stand around. He wished that he could have that kind of confidence. Izuku is used to sitting down and making himself small the instant that he enters any classroom, but his inherent alertness did pay off this time. Is that a sleeping bag? If you're just here to socialize, then leave. Erase her head. This is the best possible outcome. I'll take dealing with Bakugo in exchange for being taught by Eraserhead any day. At least I know that he wants to give me a chance. It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. Time is a precious resource for heroes. We'll work on that. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta. I get to add Eraserhead's civilian name to my notebooks. This is the best day. Suddenly, Eraserhead pulls out an athletic uniform from his sleeping bag. Uraraka takes it, looking perplexed. Change into your gym uniforms and head out to the grounds. You have 10 minutes. Izuku doesn't hesitate, grabbing a uniform and rushing down to grab a stall in the locker rooms. I'm so glad that I went back to get a sports bra. That could have been a disaster. We're going to be doing the standard gym test today, but you'll be using quirks. We need to establish a baseline today. Is he leaving that loophole open on purpose? He didn't specify that we had to use our own. But what about the entrance ceremony? And the guidance sessions? The entrance ceremony is nothing important, and we don't have the time to waste on it. We'll set up guidance sessions later. Well, that's good at least. Therapy is an important part of helping heroes cope with the sort of trauma that they encounter on the job. Midoriya. How far could you throw in middle school? About 63 meters, sir. Good. Give it a try now. Do whatever you need to, just don't leave the circle. Whatever I need to do, sensei? Eraserhead's grin answers that question for him. He did leave that loophole on purpose. Uraraka-san. Would you mind coming over here and making the ball lighter for me? Izuku looks over to her and he grins at the understanding lighting her eyes. Sure. Here you go, Midoriya-kun. Izuku holds the ball out toward her, while keeping it in the circle, and grins when she taps it with all 5 fingers. Thanks. Izuku grins as Uraraka skips back toward the others, and he throws the ball as hard as he can. It goes so far that he almost can't see it, and he sees Uraraka press her fingers together once the ball starts to float up. That's fair. I wouldn't expect her to let my ball float into space. She can save that score for herself. Eraserhead gestures for Izuku to rejoin the class, and Izuku grins when he sees his score. It's important for heroes to know their limits. 1063 meters, really? Sensei, isn't it against the rules to use someone else to boost your scores? Eraserhead looks over at Ida, shaking his head. Oh. Again, it's important for heroes to know their limits. Midoriya knew that he couldn't do much to improve his score for the ball throw, so he teamed up with someone that he knew could help. That showcases his ability to make rational decisions, without being held back by pride, which is important in hero work. Heroes don't always have the luxury of working together, of course, but it's also important to know how to cooperate with others when you have the option of doing so. Wow. This is going to be so much fun. Izuku cringes when he hears the pink girl say that. There's nothing wrong with having fun with this, but Eraserhead is not going to take that lightly. Being a hero is too much hard work to let comments like that slide. Fun, you say? Oh no. Yeah, I don't like that tone. UA's job is to turn our students into professional heroes in only 3 years. This isn't going to be all fun and games. If you're not going to take this seriously, I'll deem whoever scores last as hopeless, and they will be expelled. What? It's only the first day. That's totally unfair. Uraraka? No. Natural disasters, accidents, villain attacks. None of these things are fair. The world won't take it easy on you, so I won't either. I can do this. I'll prove that I'm not wasting Eraserhead's time. There are so many interesting quirks in this class. It's really cool to see how everyone is using them, too. Izuku wasn't doing too badly for himself, though he tended to score around the middle of the pack. 5.23 seconds for the 50-meter dash. I've definitely gotten faster over the past couple of years. Only getting 56 kilograms on the grip strength test isn't great, but I did focus more on agility and speed. I don't want to make Uraraka help me again for the standing long jump. Izuku wound up jumping as high as he could and doing a couple of front flips to push his forward momentum for distance. It was better than most of his classmates managed if they didn't have a quirk that helped, to be fair. The side steps were where Izuku really shined, grinning as he hopped back and forth with ease. This is so much easier than jumping the distance between roofs. He got the highest score in that event. Izuku, thankfully, didn't have to throw the ball again. He was really proud of Uraraka when she got an infinity, but he should warn her about Bakugo, considering that he got 705.2 meters on his throw. Honestly, he didn't even do badly, but he's going to be said that she scored so high and helped me score better than him. The seated toe touch was an event that took little fanfare, but Izuku did better than most of the guys in his class. He'd definitely work more on flexibility. Izuku didn't do very well on the upper body test. He was better at dragging things than lifting himself up, but he made up for it with his endurance running score. He couldn't surpass Ida, Bakugo, the fire and ice guy, or the girl who created a motorcycle to go around the track, but 5th place wasn't bad at all. All this running over the years has really helped with my stamina, huh? I'm almost glad that all the dojos and gyms I went to wouldn't let me become a member. It's forced me to become creative. Eraserhead pulled up the scores as Izuku breathed for breath, and Izuku's heart sank as he saw who was at the bottom. Shinso seemed so cool too. We were rescue point buddies. By the way, I was lying about expelling someone. It was a logical ruse meant to bring out the best in you. I don't think that it was. Eraserhead is a very no-nonsense type of person. He must have decided that we were all worth teaching. Shinso looked visibly relieved by this information, and Izuku's jaw almost dropped when he really looked at the scoreboard. 1 Momo Yaoyorozu. 2 Shuto Todoroki. 3 Katsuki Bakugo. 4 Tenya Ida. 5 Fumikage Tokoyami. 6 Izuku Midoriya. 7 Mezu Shuji. 8 Mashireo Ojiro. 9 Eijiro Kirishima. 10 Mina Ishido. 11 Ochako Uraraka. 12 Tsuyu Ajiri. 13 Rikadu Satu. 14 Hantasiro. 15 Kuji Kuda. 16 Kyukajire. 17 Toru Hagakure. 18 Yuga Oyama. 19 Denki Kaminari. 20 Hitoshi Shinso. I got 6th place? I guess all that hard work really does pay off. Izuku looked over to Shinso and sighed. It's not fair that people avoided him during the test just because he used his quirk to get Ida to carry him across the 50-meter dash. That was a smart move, and he has such a cool quirk too. I'm going to befriend the F out of this guy. Shinso-kun. I'm so glad that you're still in our class. It's nice to see you again. Your quirk is so cool. How does it work? It looked like it was response-based. Does it have to be verbal or does body language count? Do both you and the person you use it on have to understand the language for it to work? Why are you pretending not to be afraid of me? What? I'm not Dash. And suddenly Izuku found himself in a strange, out-of-body experience. What do you really think about my quirk? I think that it's really amazing. It's so useful for things like hostage situations, and being able to end a fight without needing to hurt someone at all is super useful for hero work. Izuku comes back to himself, noticing that Shinso looks a bit sheepish. He's kinda cute, rubbing the back of his neck like that. Sorry about that. I guess that I just couldn't believe that someone wasn't calling me a villain the second they figured out what my quirk was. It's okay. The fact that you can make people tell the truth just means that your quirk has applications in interrogation too, you know? That's super useful. What is your quirk, anyway? I didn't really notice you using it during this test either. Is it some sort of subtle enhancement quirk? Nope. I don't have one. What? I don't have a quirk. At all. Really? How did you take down the 0-pointer? Don't take that the wrong way. I just couldn't see myself managing to do something like that either. Uraraka-san did help. But the short answer is that I had a modified taser, spite, and something to prove. Shinso laughed. I think that you and I are going to get along just fine, Midoriya. The rest of their first day passed without any more surprises, and Izuku remained unaware of the fact that All Might had been watching their little test that morning. He slipped into the bathroom to fix his binder. The old thing always rode up at the worst possible times, and then left the building, ready to head back home and rest. Izuku was so tired that he wound up bumping into someone the second he got outside. Sorry, Shinso-kun. Don't worry about it. And just Shinso is fine, Midoriya. I'm not one for formalities anyway. Izuku almost can't believe that he's actually made a friend. Shinso didn't ditch him the second that he found out Izuku was quirkless either. Okay, Shinso then. Did you need something? Or were you just hanging around? Nah. Was just about to head toward the train station. Oh, me too. Do you want to walk together? Shinso nodded, but Uraraka called out to them before they could get moving. Wait up. You said that you guys were heading to the station? Ida-kun and I are heading that way too. Izuku noticed that Shinso seemed a bit leery of Ida, probably due to past reactions to his quirk, but, thankfully, Ida didn't seem too upset about the whole thing. They all started walking toward the station together. I can't believe that Aizawa-sensei tricked us like that. Some people could have performed worse under pressure, and how are we supposed to trust our teacher if he lies to us on the first day? Izuku wasn't going to let that misconception stand. Aizawa-sensei wasn't lying. Eraserhead may not be a well-known hero, but the tiny snippets of information on him out there all point to him being a very no-nonsense kind of hero. He absolutely would have expelled someone today if we didn't prove ourselves. Shinso has a quirk that's super helpful for heroics, especially if he goes underground, and I'm sure that Aizawa-sensei saw that. Besides, hero work is a high-pressure occupation. The people who faltered under pressure today just have to work on that too. Uraraka hummed at that. I guess that does make sense. That's why Aizawa-sensei said the things he did about natural disasters and villains too, isn't it? Before Izuku could answer her, Shinso looked at him with a gleam in his eye. You know who Eraserhead is too? Yeah. He's my favorite hero. It's such a dream come true to be taught by him. He basically fights by making every fight quirkless. He's been such a huge inspiration to me. Izuku almost flinches as an arm is chopped down to his left, and Izuku sees that Ida looks curious about something. Come to think of it, what is your quirk, Midoriya-kun? I don't think I recall seeing you use it. Oh yeah, that's right. Even in the entrance exam you were using a taser. Well, here goes nothing. Ida-kun, Uraraka-san. I don't have a quirk. Really? That's so cool, Midoriya-kun. You saved me from the zero-pointer with skill alone? Making it here is quite an accomplishment, Midoriya-kun. You're the first quirkless student to have ever made it into UA's hero course. You might be the first to get into UA, PRD. You did so well on the assessment too. You must have worked very hard. You guys, Izuku couldn't have prevented the waterfall of tears that came after that no matter how hard he tried. It felt so amazing to finally have friends. Later that evening, Aizawa Shoyuta reflected on this year's class. Some of them definitely need some work, but they all have potential. I'm back, babe. Heard that you actually kept all of your little listeners this year. Are you going soft? Aizawa scoffs. Hardly, Hisashi. They just all have potential this year. What did you think of that little listener who called back to me during the presentation? I liked his energy. Aizawa hummed. That kid is going to go places. He came in 6th place, Hisashi. He managed to score above 14 of his classmates without having a quirk to fall back on. I look forward to seeing what he can do. Aizawa had been trying to change the biased entrance exam at UA for years now, after all. Something tells him that Izuku Midoriya isn't aiming for something so small. You know, it's strange just how normal these classes feel. Besides our teachers being heroes, it's really pretty ordinary. Izuku's second day at UA is off to a great start. He's able to interact with his teachers, who are heroes, without being dismissed. He gets to eat lunch rush's food, which is even better than he could have imagined, while sitting and talking with friends. What Izuku is really looking forward to, though, is their first heroics class. Izuku is vibrating in anticipation, wondering who would be teaching this class. I wonder why they wouldn't put the teacher's name on our schedule. Does it alternate depending on the focus of the class, or is it because I am dash, F dash? Izuku's head hits his desk. Coming through the door like a normal person. The class around him explodes into excited murmurs, most expressing surprise that the symbol of peace really is teaching their class. Shinso PPS an eyebrow at him. Are you good? Izuku grumbles. I just don't like All Might. It's personal, don't worry about it. No time to waste. Today we're doing battle training. I'm not so sure that I trust him to supervise that. And for that you'll need these. And with that, costume cases came out of the wall. Like that's a perfectly normal place for costume cases to be. At least I get to see my costume. I hope that they were able to get everything that I asked for. I know that it'll change over time, but I think that I made a pretty good base. After you all change, join me on ground beta. Izuku smiles as he puts on the last piece of his costume, a metal mouthpiece designed to shield his jaw and ears, filter out gases, and act as a communications hub. Izuku hits the SW's on the side of his mouthpiece and grins when he feels the fans were to life against his face. Looks like the cooling system works. It's not totally fireproof, but the heat shouldn't fry my systems, at least. When he steps out of his stall, Izuku almost wants to cry a little at the costumes he can see. They look cool, sure, but a lot of these don't look very protective. Please tell me that they thought to make the costumes out of Kevlar, at least? Hey Midobro. You look pretty cool, almost like a spy, you know? Izuku turns to Kirishima. And blue screens for a moment. I get that his whole thing is hardening his body, but why would you leave your chest, and therefore your vital organs, exposed? What if you don't react in time? Thanks, Kirishima-kun. You too. Izuku wasn't rude, so he'd try to encourage Kirishima to wear a shirt at a later time. He's not wrong about my costume being kind of spy-esque, though. Izuku's costume is a hunter green jumpsuit, with white accents along the sleeves and his sides, that may look simple at first glance, but it's woven with enough Kevlar to protect Izuku from any bullets or knives that come his way. It's pretty close to his body, mostly to prevent it from being grabbable, but it's looser around the chest, just as he requested. There are also 2 pockets, one on each side, built into his breathes. They're currently holding first aid supplies in one and taser cartridges in the other. It's the accessories that really make Izuku's costume, though. His gloves are black, and they have a RBB base and leather over gloves. They're designed to protect him from both knives and electricity. Izuku has a black belt with sturdy straps made to hold his gear, and he has electrified nunchakus on his left side, hence the shockproof gloves, that turn on if Izuku presses the button on the outer edge of both nunchakus. It keeps him from accidentally turning it on, and he has to press them both again to turn it off. That should keep most people from trying to take them from me. His modified taser is also attached to a strap on his right side. Izuku's most important piece of gear, though, even above his weapons, are his goggles. They're probably the bulkiest part of his costume, but the hunter green goggles are sturdy, protective, and incredibly useful. Their primary functions are the night and heat vision modes that are activated by dials on the left and right goggle, respectively. The heat vision itself has 2 modes, one that allows him to see the standard thermal irregularities by turning the dial left, and another that blends thermal and X-ray technology to allow Izuku to see heat signatures through most walls when turning the dial right. It felt a little creepy to test that by making sure that I could see heat signatures in the girls' locker room, but I needed to make sure it worked, and it's not like I saw anything other than a vaguely human-shaped splash of color, anyway. Izuku's whole look is finished off with black, steel-toed boots. They're fairly standard, but they're also meant to reduce any noise made as he walks. Legs are normally much stronger than our arms, so it doesn't hurt me to weaponize them. I want to find something that can protect my head more at some point, though. I'm not sure that I want to go with a full helmet, it restricts mobility too much, but maybe some sort of bulletproof headband? Would that even work? Izuku shakes his head and moves to leave the locker room. He can plan out costume alterations later. For now, he's got a battle trial to get to. That's all 20 of you. You all definitely look the part. Izuku disagreed with that statement. He disagreed strongly. What kind of pervert designed Yayarose's costume? A melon's window? I know that she has to expose skin for her quirk, but zippers exist. Plus, they could have done something more like a sports bra and shorts combo, which would give her more space to work with in the first place. Hagakure is just wearing boots and gloves too. The support department is perfectly capable of creating something infused with her genetic material for an invisible fabric. They did it with that permeation quirk kid who flashed the nation in his first sports festival, so they have no excuse for doing this. They wouldn't leave the gloves or shoes visible if they had already done it. And Uraraka looks so uncomfortable in her costume. You look pretty cool, Midoriya-kun. I wish that I had been more specific with my request. This is a lot tighter than I thought it would be. You can go to the support department and request changes, you know? If you're not comfortable in your costume, then you won't be able to fight at your best. Besides, the boots need to lose the heels. Heroes have to be able to run at a moment's notice, and you won't want to roll your ankle, or even just run slower, because you're wearing them. Oh, really? That's a relief. I'll have to talk to them after class. Do you mind if I join you? I really like most of this, but my boots are a bit tight. Plus, I want to talk to someone about getting a few more tools made. Actually, you should ask if any of the girls want to alter their costumes after class. I'll do the same for the guys. We can make a trip out of it. That sounds like a plan, Midoriya-kun. Sensei, this is the same field that we used for the entrance exams. Are we practicing more cityscape scenarios? At least Ida is well protected. His suit could really stand to be more aerodynamic for someone who relies so heavily on speed, though. Nope. Today you'll be covering indoor battle training. Villain fights may most commonly be seen inside, but the truly heinous criminals tend to act behind closed doors. Right? As long as I set my dislike of him to the side, All Might does actually have decades of experience to share with us. What he said may be obvious with a bit of research, but I might be one of the few who bothers slogging through those statistics. You'll be split into pairs, and you'll either be on a villain team or a hero team. There's an outcry of questions from Izuku's classmates, but All Might manages to regain their focus. This is our scenario. The villain team will start off in their hideout, and they must hide and protect a fake nuclear weapon within it. The hero team has a limited amount of time to either secure the weapon or capture the villains. Your teams will be chosen by lots. Is that really the best way to do this? I doubt that he thought of it this way, but actually, heroes have to team up with each other all the time during emergencies. They normally don't know each other that well, so this is a good replication of that. My apologies, Sensei. It's quite all right, young Ida. Moving on, our team lineup is as follows. Team A with Tokoyami and Midoriya, Team B with Todoroki and Shuji, Team C with Yaoyorozu and Shinso, Team D with Bakugo and Ida, Team E with Aoyama and Ishido, Team F with Kuda and Satu, Team G with Jairu and Kaminari, Team H with Uraraka and Azui, Team I with Ojiro and Hagakure, and Team J with Kirishima and Siro. Izuku grins at Tokoyami and gets a nod in return. He seems to be a pretty calm person. This should work out. Our first battle will be heroes for Team A and villains for Team D. Oh, come on, really? The villain team goes in first. Both teams have 5 minutes to prepare before the timer starts. Well, it's time to get a plan together. Quick. Izuku scrutinizes the building in front of the two of them. Technically, there's nothing stopping him from putting his goggles on and watching them set up via heat cam, but he won't do that. It's more important to talk with Tokoyami. I am going to abuse those windows. No one expects someone to come in from a window. Tokoyami-kun, would you mind giving me a quick overview of your quirk? I don't have a quirk, but I've always been pretty good with strategy. Tokoyami just nods, and Izuku could cry with relief. He can think of several classmates that probably would have been vocally surprised about that. My quirk is called Dark Shadow. Are a sentient, emitter-type quirk that grows stronger in the dark. Dark Shadow can fight for me, and we don't share pain either. We can also communicate telepathically. Tokoyami allows Dark Shadow to come out, and Izuku can feel the grin rising on his face. That is so versatile. I have so many ideas. Dark Shadow, do you have a limit to the weight you can lift? He's talking to me directly. I like this one fumigate. I don't think that I can lift a building, but I can do something like a car without any problems. That is more than enough, then. We won't have to worry too much about the building blueprints, thankfully. My goggles have heat vision, so we'll be able to tell where they are right away. Well, it's not just normal heat vision, to be fair. The heat vision has both a standard mode and an X-ray mode, depending on which way I turn my dial. Normal thermal vision wouldn't work through walls. He was rambling, and Tokoyami probably didn't know enough about thermal technology to have needed that reassurance, but Izuku was a bit nervous about going against Bakugo. Cut him some slack. Oh, your forethought is most fortunate, Midoriya-kun. Exactly. Now, I have the advantage of knowing Bakugo and his behavior. He's going to be dead set on fighting me, so he'll probably wind up running off as soon as the time starts. That'll leave Ida stuck guarding the bomb, so I just have to direct us to the heat signature that's staying within a small area. That's where you and Dark Shadow come in. What do you need Fumikage and I to do, Midoriya? Battle training. Start. Back in the monitor room, Hitoshi watched the screens with an intense focus. He might not know Midoriya very well yet, but he doubts that someone with his perspective would be as direct as walking through the door. All Might Sensei, are you sure that all the cameras are working? They did hear the start signal, right? Shinso glanced over at Uraraka as she wrung her hands. Everything is in working order, young Uraraka. I'm sure that they just decided to finish hashing out their plan with part of their time. Now, Hitoshi wasn't sure why his friend didn't like All Might, but he was never above proving someone wrong. That's not it at all. What was that, young Shinso? Midoriya thinks on his feet, so there's no way that he didn't already have a plan before time was called. Oh, then what do you think that they're doing? Shinso looks at the screen where Ida is guarding the bomb and grins. He points at the screen just as Dark Shadow slinks back down from cracking open a window. The sentient quirk even made sure to choose one behind Ida and out of his line of sight. Ida didn't seem to realize that he needed to watch the windows as well. It looks like they know where the bomb is. The class, and All Might, all turn towards the screen where Ida and the bomb are displayed, gaping as they see Dark Shadow lift Izuku up onto the windowsill of the slightly open window. While no one but All Might can hear what's going on, Hitoshi can tell that Midoriya is being very careful here. Midoriya slides the window open slowly, lowers himself to the ground, and creeps forward, completely unnoticed by Ida. Hitoshi sees the grin on Midoriya's face as he lightly touches the fake bomb, and he can't keep himself from thinking about how adorably smug Midoriya looks right now. Focusing on stealth in a combat exercise. He was super quick and efficient about it too. Truly, a man after my own heart. H-Hero team wins. Hitoshi cackled as he watched Bakugo literally start blowing up on screen. Izuku was not about to stick around, especially considering that he could hear just how angry his stunt made Bakugo, so he quickly turned on his mic. Hey Tokoyami-kun? Would you mind asking Dark Shadow for an evac? I really don't want to be in this room once Bakugo gets here. Izuku is just glad that they got micro-transceivers, considering that he seemed to be the only one that already had a communication system in his costume. They're heading up now, Midoriya-kun. It looked like Ida wanted to talk, but Izuku could hear those explosions getting closer and closer. Not today, trauma. He ran back toward the open window, jumped out of it and into Dark Shadow's arms, and slammed the window shut again. Thanks for the assist, Dark Shadow. No problem, Midoriya. Bakugo seems to make you really nervous, and you did come up with this awesome plan. I'm happy to help you out. You seem pretty cool. I bet Fumikage would enjoy spending time with you. Since they were heading toward the ground, Tokoyami could hear the latter part of that conversation. His feathers puffed up, obviously embarrassed. Dark Shadow. Don't worry, Tokoyami-kun. They're just being friendly. Besides, I'd really like to be friends with both of you. If you truly don't mind. It's nice to talk to someone who understands that Dark Shadow and I are partners, and not just the same person. The three of them talk as they head back towards the observation room, and Izuku smiles as he secures two new friends to spend lunch with. There's an outcry the second that they rejoin everyone, but one voice cuts through the others. What was with that crazy plan, Mido? How'd you guys know where the bomb was? Is that your quirk? Some kind of X-ray vision? Ashido-san, I was only able to find the bomb due to my goggles. There are a few modes on it, but the one I used combines thermal technology with X-ray technology to create something that lets me see heat signatures through walls. Ida-kun was staying in a smaller area, so we were able to deduce that the bomb would be by the stationary member. Wow. You're crazy smart, Mido. I never would have thought to ask for something like that. It's no big deal really. Where did All Might go? Izuku looked around, but sure enough, he didn't see the number one hero anywhere. He went to go get Bakubro. He was pretty angry that you slipped past him. Izuku sighed. That doesn't surprise me. I don't know why he's so obsessed with trying to beat me down. I'm not even trying to compete with Dash. The door slammed open as Bakugo huffed and walked into the room, Ida following at a much more reasonable pace. All Might comes in behind them, But Bakugo cuts in before he can say anything. You think that you're hot sheet, Deku? Don't let this coward's win go to your head. That you're just a quirkless nobody was silent, but Izuku still heard it in Bakugo's voice. He just wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud in front of All Might. Now, young Bakugo. One can learn just as much from defeat as they can from victory. The hero team's strategy was perfectly sound. Now I'd say that the VIP of this battle was young Midoriya. Does anyone know why? Yaoyorozu raises her hand. Yes, young Yaoyorozu? Midoriya-kun's gear was vital in the location of the bomb, and his infiltration was both silent and quick. He was also the one to come up with their plan. In a real-world scenario, this would have been an excellent strategy for subduing the villains before they even realized that heroes were on the scene. That's exactly it. Izuku wasn't going to just sit by and listen to this. I may have done my part in this, but it's not right to choose a VIP in this kind of scenario. I'm not here to compete in a numbers game. I'm here to help people. Tokoyami-kun and Dark Shadow were instrumental in our success, and we shouldn't discount them just because they played a supporting role. The room went quiet for a long, awkward moment, but Izuku could tell that Tokoyami was pleased. All Might clears his throat. Right, carrying on then. Our next match is Team B as heroes and Team I as villains. The next match is an unmitigated disaster, in Izuku's opinion. He gapes as Todoroki freezes the entire building and wins the match just as quickly as Izuku had. The difference is in how Todoroki went about it. The VIP in this match was, unquestionably, Todoroki. Izuku was about to go feral after hearing the majority of this class start murmuring in agreement. He raised his hand. Yes, young Midoriya? I strongly disagree. Todoroki looked over at him, but he mostly seemed curious. It was hard to tell with how well he controlled his facial expressions. And why is that, young Midoriya? Todoroki-kun, Shuji-kun was the one who located the bomb, right? Correct. I thought so. I'll be blunt. The only reason that you won was because this was an exercise with exploitable rules. Heroes have to avoid collateral damage the best that they can, and your attack was needlessly destructive in a team where you would have been able to hear Hagakure-sen coming. That's not the most important thing, though. If that bomb had been real, then such a sudden, drastic change in temperature would have had a really high chance of detonating it. You could have wiped out a whole city by acting so recklessly. I still think that it's a bad idea to choose VIPs in a setup like this, but it would be Shuji if there was one at all. No one seemed to have anything to say after that. Thankfully, the rest of class managed to pass by without giving Izuku any more heart attacks. Izuku followed the rest of the guys to the locker room to change, and then remembered that he needed to ask them something. Hey, do any of you guys have something that you want to change about your costume? Uraraka-san and I are going to visit the support department before heading home. I think that I'm good, Mido-bro. What are you going to change though? Izuku chuckles a bit. I've got a couple more ideas for gear after seeing everyone in action, but the main thing is that I need different boots. These are a bit too narrow for my feet, and while it only seems to be a minor inconvenience during training, you don't want it to affect you during actual hero work. Izuku glances over, a bit surprised to see Todoroki talking to him after what he said in class. Exactly. At least he doesn't seem too upset. He seems to be contemplating something. If I had to guess, most people have probably focused more on the sheer power of his quirk than anything else. I doubt that anyone's ever told him that he needs to dial back. After the rest of the guys deny needing modifications at the moment, Izuku heads into a stall to change. I really hope that Uraraka manages to convince Hagakure and Yaoyorozu to come with us. The others don't have bad costumes, though they could stand to be more protective, but those two really need it. When Izuku exits the locker room, he is relieved to see Uraraka, Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, and, surprisingly, Jiraiya. He's a little embarrassed that it took him so long to get out of everything, though. Izuku will definitely have to practice changing more quickly. It is much easier to take his binder off than it is to put it on, though, so he'll focus more on getting into his hero costume quickly for now. There you are, Midoriya-kun. Are we waiting on anyone else? Nope. The other guys don't have any changes in mind yet, though I don't doubt that they will eventually. If you don't mind my asking, what are you planning to talk to them about, Jairu-san? Your costume isn't as obviously flawed as the others. The group of 5 start walking toward the support department's development studio, talking along the way. I really like how my costume looks, actually. I just had an idea for getting some directional speakers, kind of like present mic, but on my hands so that I can direct my sound waves better. It's hard to control the direction they go with my boots. What are you visiting them for? Your costume is probably one of the most practical ones in class. It's mostly that my boots need to be fixed. I don't think that whoever made them realized that I was quirkless. We have an extra joint in our pinky toe that slightly alters the shape of our feet, so these are a bit too narrow towards the front of the shoe. I've also got a few upgrades in mind for my boots while they're already fixing them, and a couple of gear ideas too. Jairu and Yaoyorozu didn't react too obviously to Izuku admitting that he's quirkless, but Hagakure did, despite not being able to see much of her body language. You're quirkless, Midoriya-kun? I thought for sure that you had to have some sort of mental quirk, or maybe one based on reflexes. Izuku just chuckles and shakes his head. Nope. That's just me. It took a lot of hard work to get here, but I knew what I'd be up against from the beginning. I guess that's why I'm so focused on making sure that I give myself the best chance possible. My costume is going to be very important to me, considering that I don't have a power to fall back on. I commend you for your preparation, Midoriya-kun. You've obviously thought this through to a greater extent than me, or I wouldn't have needed to go get costume changes so soon. No, your costume design really isn't your fault, Yaoyorozu-san. If it was something that you did, then Hagakure-san and Uraraka-san wouldn't have the same issue. The hero industry has a big problem with sexualizing female heroes, and whoever designed your costume obviously went that route. It's incredibly gross and demeaning, and I'm not going to let them get away with that. Midoriya-kun, thank you. I suppose that I assumed telling them that I needed a lot of skin exposed for my quirk to work resulted in this outcome. I appreciate the fact that you brought up our ability to file for costume changes. Well, Izuku was always happy to help correct the wrongs that people around him are committing. This is just another extension of that, really, and he sees no harm in allowing the others to know just why he can empathize with them so much. It's because I get it, Yaoyorozu-san. I really do. I pass pretty well now, but I didn't always. I can't even count the number of times that guys, who were complete strangers, made creepy comments as I walked by on the street. It doesn't matter that I'm only interested in guys. No one wants to be talked to like that. Oh, thank you for trusting us, Midoriya-kun. Are the others aware? Izuku shakes his head. Nope, I haven't told them yet, Yaoyorozu-san. I'm not exactly hiding it, and Bakugo knows since we knew each other when we were in diapers, but I've just been changing in the stalls. They probably assume that I'm shy, which also isn't wrong. I haven't made it obvious that I'm quirkless yet, either, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. Just for now. Hagakure nods, he's assuming. She's shaking up and down pretty vigorously at any rate. Izuku thinks that's just to compensate for the rest of her missing body language, though. We won't tell anyone then, Midoriya-kun. About either thing. Plus, you're super sneaky and smart, so I doubt anyone would think that you're quirkless. See, that's the sort of thing that Izuku wants to change. Hagakure obviously means well, and he trusts these girls not to gossip about him, but sometimes biases are more subtle. There's no reason why a quirkless person shouldn't be assumed to be just as capable of intelligence and subterfuge as Izuku is, but society thinks of them as subhuman, and that influences the general population's thought process too. The conversation between the 5 of them is cut off by a sudden explosion coming from behind a door that's labeled with a 1H, oh boy. It sounds like there's a lot going on in the studio today. Izuku cautiously opens the door, peering inside. Hatsum. That's the 5th explosion today. Do you know what Thomas Edison said, Powerloader Sensei? I haven't failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Explosions are a part of my process. The argument between teacher and student ceases as they both look towards the 5 hero students standing at the door. Oh, hello. I assume that you kids are here for some alterations after testing your costumes? Yes, Powerloader Sensei. Though Jairu-san and I are mostly here for gear. Hatsum flew over to Izuku with a manic grin that honestly scared him. Is that why people shy away from me when I'm on a research binge? Do I do that too? Gear, you say? What kind of super cute babies do you want me to make you? I'm Hatsum May, and I'm gonna be the greatest inventor to ever come out of the support department. You know what? It doesn't hurt to tell her. Power loader is here anyways. Jiru-san is looking into getting some directional speakers on her hands, and they'd probably work best built into gloves. I need to get some alterations done with my boots. Mostly the front needs to be readjusted to suit a quirkless person's foot, but it'd probably be better to make a whole new pair. I want to find a way to have treads that hold traction on slippery surfaces without sacrificing too much silencing if possible. I also need some ceramic knives. Earphone-san's request sounds interesting, but yours sounds so boring, Greenie-kun. You need to think bigger. Well, if you want something more complicated, then I was thinking about getting a grappling hook made too. Now we're talking. The next hour was exhausting for all 5 hero students, especially for Izuku, who was helping the girls with costume ideas, but they all went home afterward feeling much better about their costumes and gear than they did before. When Izuku made it to UA the next day, he was dismayed to see that the gates were blocked off by dozens of reporters. Come on, don't you have something more important to do than harassing students? Fake it. What's it like learning from All Might? Izuku knew what the best response to give them was. Sorry. He only teaches the hero course. The swarm of reporters around him moved to someone else so quickly that it was comical. Well, I didn't lie to them. They're the ones that assumed that I wasn't in the hero course. Of course, Izuku had wanted them to assume that. Izuku slips through the reporters with ease and makes his way to class. Poor Aizawa-sensei. Dealing with the press is the last thing that he'd want to do. At least Ida-kun and Uraraka-san don't seem too bothered. He hums as he walks along, and Izuku finds himself to be one of the first few students to make it to the classroom. He nods to Todoroki and waves at Yaoyorozu, moving to sit down and lay his head on his desk. Izuku would just wait for the others to come in before getting out his stuff. Class starts a few minutes later than usual, and Izuku sighs in relief when Aizawa finally walks through the door, papers in hand. Yesterday's combat trials went pretty well. I've looked over your individual evaluations, and any mistakes made yesterday can be corrected by us easily enough. The entire class sits up straighter in their desks. Bakugo, you've got potential, but you can't blow up every time that you lose. Heroes have to face loss just as often as they face victory, so get your temper under control. Izuku isn't quite sure what to call the expression on Bakugo's face, but it's obvious that he's struggling with not being put on a pedestal anymore. I honestly feel kind of bad for him. I know that he's hurt me, but he's being put under a lot of pressure by everyone too. He's based almost all of his self-worth on his quirk, because that's almost always the only thing that people ever praised him for. I've got it. Todoroki, you've got a very powerful quirk. You need to learn to avoid using excessive force before you get somebody seriously hurt. We'll evaluate your finer control in another class. Understood, Sensei. Now, we need to do something important during homeroom today. Oh, please don't be another pop quiz. It's like hearing those 2 words put together just completely wipes my brain. I get so nervous that I can't remember anything, even if I know that I knew it before. Today you'll be picking your class president. A cacophony of noise bursts from all around him, but Izuku is just as excited. This is a great opportunity, actually. If I can manage to get class president, then I might be able to sway more of my classmates towards acknowledging the changes that need to be made to the system. Sensei, can we elect our president through votes? I don't care how you choose. Just get it done. Ida stood up from his desk and gives everyone a piece of paper to write their vote on. It feels kinda conceited to vote for myself, though. Yaoyorozu would make a good class representative. I'll leave it up to what the others think. He puts down his vote for her. Izuku honestly can't believe his eyes after Ida finishes tallying up the votes. 5 votes? I didn't even vote for myself. It's settled then. Midoriya is your president and Yaoyorozu is your vice. Izuku still hasn't managed to shake off the shock by lunch. He looks around the cafeteria, noting that all classes have the same lunch PRD for future reference, before turning back to his friends. Do all of you think that I can actually be a good class representative? Dark shadow floats over to rest on Izuku's head. If we didn't, then Fumikage wouldn't have voted for you, Midoriya. Dark shadow. You can't just go laying on people. Izuku giggled. It's fine. They're not bothering me. Thank you, Dark shadow. Hitoshi nodded. Dark shadow is right, though. I'm not the type to want to be class president, and I trust you to lead us, Midoriya. Uraraka nods too. I voted for you too. You've already helped some of our classmates, you know? We wouldn't have known that we could get our costumes fixed so soon without you. Izuku can feel his face getting redder by the second. Everyone. Indeed. I voted for you as well, Midoriya-kun. But you wanted to be class president too, didn't you, Ida-kun? I did, but having an ambition doesn't mean that I'm suited for the job. I chose who I believe to be the best option. Izuku squinted at the word choice. You know, now that I think about it, Ida and Yaoyorozu both speak really properly. Uraraka wasn't afraid to voice his thoughts out loud, apparently. Ida, are you a rich kid? Well, I don't like to call attention to it, but yes, I am. I'm the second son from a hero family. Suddenly, it hits him. You're related to Ingenium, aren't you? I thought that your costume looked familiar, but I couldn't quite place it until now. Ida blinked. Indeed I am. Ingenium is my older brother. He's my inspiration for becoming a hero. That's actually kind of sweet. I wonder why everyone else decided to dash. An alarm suddenly started to blare overhead, spooking Dark Shadow into returning into Tokoyami. Izuku stood up and heard the crackle of the intercom system. Coming to life. Attention all students. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly manner. Izuku stood up on his chair, trying to avoid getting trampled by all the people surging to life around him. Ida looked toward an upperclassman. What's security level 3? It means that someone has gotten past the gates. This hasn't ever happened while I was here. Izuku grit his teeth as he watched the people around him start shoving each other around. Dark Shadow slowly starts to peek back out from Tokoyami, who had gotten up on top of a table. Tokoyami is also pretty short, and he and Izuku share a moment of solidarity for trying to avoid their inevitable fate of being stepped all over. They're all panicking. This isn't going to do us any good at all. Izuku uses his vantage point to try to see what is going on, and he's ready to throw hands when he sees what's happening. Tokoyami-kun, Dark Shadow. Would you mind helping me out? It's just the press that got past the gate, and someone is going to get hurt if we don't calm everyone down. Tokoyami looked at Dark Shadow, and they both nod. I've really got to ask them about that telepathic connection sometime. Dark Shadow picks Izuku up, and Izuku knows that he probably shouldn't enjoy the feeling of being carried like this as much as he does. He definitely liked it though, it was like he was flying. I've got you, Midoriya. Where do you want me to take you? You see the exit over there? Everyone is surging in that direction, so that's probably the best place. On it, the two of them soar over the other students, catching the dumbstruck attention of several students along the way. Izuku clears his throat. Everyone, it's only the press. Please calm down. Take a deep breath and slow down. If anyone needs medical attention, then please come see me. I can either help you or help you get to Recovery Girl. Thank you. Dark Shadow makes his way back to Tokoyami, who he thankfully couldn't lose in the crowd even if he tried, and sets Izuku down next to him. Shinso managed to regroup with them first, looking a bit worse for wear, but thankfully he's not injured. And you thought that you wouldn't make a good class president, Midoriya? Look at you, taking control of the situation. Izuku's cheeks flush. Be quiet, Shinso. Let a guy be insecure in peace. Even at the end of the school day, Izuku's nerves were still pretty frazzled from earlier. Now that the adrenaline's worn off, I'm kind of terrified about the fact that I yelled at a bunch of people. He wound up staying a bit later than usual, since Hatsum had wanted him to make sure that his new boots worked. Apparently, there was another big hero exercise coming up soon, so Izuku is glad that his new boots were finished so quickly. He'd have to wait for his new knives to come in, but Izuku hoped that he didn't have to use those for a long time anyway. Hatsum had also started working on his grappling hook, but it would take her more time, and probably explosions, to get that done. Izuku noticed that Shinso was waiting for him by the gates again, and he grinned. Shinso, I didn't think that anyone was gonna still be here by the time that Hatsum-san was finished with me. Didn't you miss the train? Yeah, but it's no big deal. I'm not in a particularly huge rush to get back to my foster home. Oh, yeah, I kind of get that. Mom is going to be home for the rest of today, so I'm not really in a rush to get back either. Do you want to go somewhere, maybe? My mom likes to buy my affection, so I can pay. Shinso looks over at him, startled, but seems to take his offer for what it is. You know what? Sure. Have you been to Kitty yet? It's a pretty chill place, and a cat cafe, obviously. Izuku beams. I haven't, but I love cats. That sounds like the perfect way to unwind from such a stressful day. Let me text my mom really quick, so that I can let her know I'm hanging out with a friend. When the pair arrived at Kitty, Izuku swore that he could be in heaven and he wouldn't know the difference. Oh, this is nice. Thank you for showing me this place, Shinso. I owe you my life. Shinso snorts. It's no problem, Midoriya. How long do you want to stay? They do slots by the half hour. Are you okay with an hour? Sounds good to me. They both walk up to the counter, and Izuku pays with a smile on his face. Izuku and Shinso both sit down on one of the couches, waiting for one of the many, many cats to come join them. It doesn't take long for a black cat to jump into Izuku's lap. A brown tabby jumps into Shinsu's, and a big, fluffy, gray cat lies between the two of them. They're all so cute. Look at them, Shinso. I can feel the stress leaving my body. They're not the only cute ones here. Izuku looks up, too distracted with his lap full of purring cat to register what Shinso said. Huh. Shinso rubbed the back of his neck. And nothing. Don't worry about it. Izuku hums and goes back to cooing over his new cat friend, completely unaware of how flustered he was making his human friend. Sadly, the two boys couldn't stay in cat heaven forever. It was time for them to start leaving. Thanks for hanging out with me, Shinso. We'll have to come back here sometime. Yeah, that sounds nice. As the two head for the door, they freeze at the two figures entering. It takes a moment for Izuku to place one of them. Present Mike looks surreal with his hair down, but Aizawa being there made it easier to tell who was with him. Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa's sigh was one of complete resignation. Problem children. Must you haunt me even here? Shinso snickers. You don't have a monopoly on cats. We're leaving anyway, so don't worry, Aizawa-sensei. Enjoy your date. Aizawa glares at Shinso before he slowly gains a manic grin. I'm sure that I'll enjoy it as much as you two enjoyed yours. Both Shinso and Izuku turn bright red at that. We're not Dash. It wasn't Dash. They look at each other, look away, and walk out the door. Izuku and Shinso start heading home to the sound of Present Mike laughing so hard that he almost causes property damage. On his way home, Izuku's phone starts ringing. He doesn't recognize the caller, but he figures that he may as well tell them that they have the wrong number. Hello. Young Midoriya. All Might? That's a bit creepy. I know that we have to put our information on file and all, but this is weird. Do you need something? I just wanted to talk to you about what happened after the sludge villain incident. I haven't told anyone. Oh no, it's not that. I trust you, my boy. It's more about what I said. Would you meet up with me at Dagoba? I'll be in my natural form. Izuku sighs heavily. Maybe he's actually going to apologize? That'd be nice. I don't want things to stay so awkward. Sure. Is there anything you want me to call you so that we don't attract attention? Yagi is fine, kid. No one actually knows my name anyway. I'll see you in a little while. The phone clicks as the call disconnects, and Izuku finds himself very glad that he hadn't told his mom that he was on his way home yet. It's easy to find All Might once Izuku gets to Dagoba. Even in his more sickly-looking form, he stands out like a sore thumb just by virtue of being so tall. Hello, Yagi-san. What did you need to talk about? Izuku looks around, noting that the beach is still pretty clean from all of his hard work. The news was still spreading about its rejuvenated state, so there weren't too many people there. Midoriya? My boy, I wanted to apologize. Really? I mean, I had hoped, but... You've proven that you have a heroic spirit, and you've made your way into UA without a power. You're going to be an excellent hero. Izuku smiles. Thank you, Yagi-san. I appreciate that. That being said, no. Stop, you were doing good. You could still save more people by taking my quirk, young Midoriya. Won't you consider Dash? No. You've proven your point, my boy, but look at the bigger picture, Dash. You're the one who needs to look at the bigger picture, Yagi-san. What do you mean, my boy? Sure, I could probably fight more villains with your quirk. Exactly. So Dash, I'm not becoming a hero to fight villains. Well, obviously not, but Dash. Oh. Listen to me. Izuku takes a deep breath. Then he continues. Being a hero is about saving people. You know that, of course. But you don't always save people in the same ways. I'm not becoming a hero so that I can fight villains. I'm becoming a hero for all of the people who have ever been told that they aren't good enough as they are. It's not about proving a point about my own capabilities. It's about creating change for all of the others who are just like me. Izuku feels the tears welling up in his eyes. I'm becoming a hero to prove that quirks aren't needed for someone to be treated as a person, that there is more to someone's worth than the power that they hold. I may not be able to easily win a fight against crime bosses, but there are different ways of saving people. Sometimes people need to be saved from themselves. And sometimes people need to be saved from the words of everyone around them. I won't give up on the people that our society has deemed unworthy of caring for. Not for anything, and especially not for power. My boy, it is exactly because of that mindset that you would be the perfect successor. Oh. The people that I want to save don't need someone with a flashy quirk, Yagi-san. It won't mean the same thing that way. It would ruin everything that I'm working toward. Someone. Please, my boy Dash. Goodbye, Yagi-san. Izuku turns around and walks home. He's never felt more certain of what he needs to do. In his next heroics class, Izuku wonders exactly what Hatsum meant by saying that they had a big exercise coming up. He vibrates in anticipation when he sees Aizawa enter the room. It looks like our heroics classes will be suching teachers after all. Thank goodness. Today's basic hero training will be supervised by All Might, myself, and another teacher that you'll meet on site. That's an interesting mix. What could we be doing when All Might and Aizawa-sensei have such different styles? Plus whatever other teacher is in the mix. To answer your question, Midoriya, today we'll be doing rescue training. You'll be performing disaster relief for everything from fires to floods. Shoot. I was muttering again. I need to get a handle on that before someone exploits it. At least you're self-aware, problem child. Izuku covers his mouth with his hands and sinks into his chair, whining in embarrassment. Of course, it's up to you to decide whether you'll be wearing your costumes or a gym uniform. Some of your costumes may not be suited to rescue activities yet. I hope that everyone wears their costumes if they can. This is probably the best way to test whether or not something about our costumes needs to be fixed. Our training area is pretty isolated, so we'll be taking the bus. That's it. Everyone, go get changed. When Izuku finally joins the others by the bus, he takes note of the fact that both Yaoyorozu and Hagakure are wearing gym uniforms. I guess that their costumes aren't ready yet. It'd be a bit much to expect an entirely new design to be done in 2 days, so I'm not surprised. I guess Uraraka-san decided to tolerate her costume for now. It's probably easier since she knows that she'll get a new one soon. Oh, hey, Midoriya-kun. It looks like you've got new boots too, huh? Izuku turns to Uraraka and smiles. Yep. I'm glad to see that they've made you new ones too. Uraraka beams at him. They're so much easier to walk around in. Thank you for suggesting that I change them, Midoriya-kun. It was nothing, don't worry about it. Everyone slowly begins to make their way onto the bus, talking among one another as they sit down. Izuku finds himself sitting in between Azui and Satu. Midoriya, I tend to be pretty blunt. Oh, what is it, Azusen? Just call me Tsuyu? She looks over at Izuku. What is your quirk, exactly? I don't think any of us have seen you use it, yet. That's because Dash. Kirishima suddenly seems much more interested in their conversation. Yeah, I guess we haven't. I'm betting that you have something that isn't super flashy, kind of like my hardening. It's useful for fights, but it doesn't exactly draw attention. Don't sell yourself short, Kirishima-kun. Hardening is a super useful quirk, and there's a lot that you can do with it. That's when Ishido chimes in. That's true, But heroes do have to worry about their popularity rankings. Oyama sparkles, somehow. My naval laser is both strong and flashy. It's perfect for a pro. Ashido lightly elbows him. Sure, as long as you don't destroy your own stomach. Aoyama sulks after that, but Ashido barrels forward. If you want to talk about a perfect blend of flash and power, then you have to talk about Bakugo and Todoroki. Ashri hums. Sure, but Bakugo is so aggressive that he won't ever be popular. What did you say about me, Frogface? See? Kaminari laughs. Yeah, Bakugo. We don't know each other well yet, but you've made it abundantly clear that your personality is composed of a turd steeped in sewage. Oh yeah, Mr. Dictionary? You wanna go? Izuku can't prevent himself from giggling. I can't believe that Bakugo is actually being teased. At least the conversation got off of the topic of my quirk really quickly. I'm not ready for everyone to know quite yet, and Bakugo probably is too busy focusing on how stupid people are for not realizing it to actually say anything. The rest of the bus ride passed by quickly, filled with conversations and laughter. Izuku was so excited to practice rescue scenarios. After all, he's far more interested in helping people than fighting them. Whoa! This place is huge. This is so cool. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short. There's a flood zone, a conflagration zone, a landslide zone. Any kind of disaster scenario that you can imagine, really. I designed this facility myself, so I'll be helping you all with your exercises today. It's the Space Hero, 13. Izuku loved their work. They were such a good example of taking a volatile quirk and molding it into something that would help others. Uraraka looks just as excited as Izuku is. I love 13. They're such an amazing rescue hero, and they do a lot of work in the more rural areas. Uraraka's not wrong about that being one of their selling points. A lot of heroes stick to areas where they'll be caught on camera. Rural areas and poorer neighborhoods aren't patrolled as often as they should be. 13. Where's All Might? Wasn't he supposed to meet us here? Wait a minute, yeah. Where is he? Sorry, Aizawa-san. It seems like he tired himself out on his morning commute. He's resting in the break room. 13 held up 3 fingers and then put them down quickly, but Izuku understood the message. Really? He used up all of his time before he even got to UA? At least I don't have to see him right now. I'm still sad about yesterday. Honestly, he's the height of irrationality. Oh well, let's get started. Before we do, I do have 1 or 2 points to make. Or 3, 4. You get the idea. 13 cleared their throat. As I'm sure many of you know, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in anything and tear it apart. Izuku grins and nods. You've used it to save people in all kinds of disasters. It's honestly impressive. I can imagine that most people considered their quirk villainous when they were growing up. Indeed. But my power could also kill incredibly easily. I'm sure that many of you have similar abilities. Izuku's shoulders, more specifically the starburst scars covering them, throb in an angry reminder of just how dangerous someone's quirk could be. In our superpowered society, quirk usage is heavily restricted and monitored. Yeah, except for when society thinks that the quirk is beneficial to them in the long run. Bakugo certainly never got punished for public quirk usage. The system may seem stable, but we can't forget that it only takes one wrong move with a dangerous quirk for someone to die. I can tell that 13 doesn't mean anything bad by it either, but this is another Hagakure situation. It doesn't take a quirk for someone to kill someone. Human bodies are surprisingly fragile. It's incredibly easy to accidentally put too much force in the wrong place, if you're not careful. Why does everyone put such a heavy priority on powers? And honestly, our system is a hot mess to anyone who looks more deeply into it. It's not stable at all. During Aizawa-san's physical test, you all learned about your hidden potentials. All Might's battle training taught you about the danger that your quirks can pose to others. This class will show you another perspective. You'll learn how to use your quirks to save lives. Your powers aren't meant to cause harm. I hope that you'll leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. Does not all of the staff know that I'm quirkless or something? I'm right here. I guess that information would only really be vital to Aizawa, who probably told present Mike, Power Loader, Recovery Girl, and Nedzu. Maybe they didn't tell them. That's all. Thank you for listening. There's nothing that I can do beyond working at it for now. Alright, first thing. Aizawa suddenly went silent, turning toward a dark, swirling mass that appeared in front of the fountain. Everyone, huddle up and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Izuku freezes, watching as dozens of people come walking out of what has to be some sort of portal quirk. The other students don't seem to understand what is happening yet. Kirishima speaks up first. What's all of this? Are those more robots? Isn't this meant to be rescue training? Aizawa shakes his head. Don't move. Those are real villains. Suddenly, the portal starts talking. A mutation quirk that lets them teleport people through their own body? The staff schedule that I acquired the other day indicated that All Might would be here. You're actually kidding me. They're here for that JRK, and he's not even here. The guy who came through the portal first started speaking next. Are those real hands? Where is he? We've come all this way and with so many party members. All Might, the symbol of peace. He's not here. He starts scratching at his neck. I wonder if some dead kids would bring him running? Izuku's mental verbal filter chooses the worst possible time to stop working. In a burst of hysterical anger, Izuku starts yelling. Of course, you're all here for that JRK. All Might has to ruin every good thing in my life, so why wouldn't you be here? Everything pauses. The villains freeze. His classmates freeze. Aizawa looks at him with an expression of absolute exhaustion. Problem child, what is your damage? We don't have time to unpack all of that. Right? Things start moving again. Yaoyorozu starts trying to analyze the situation first. 13 Sensei, aren't there sensors for intruders? Yes, there are. Todoroki jumps in. Are the villains only here, or are they also attacking the main campus? Either way, if the sensors aren't working, there has to be a quirk in here responsible for that. Izuku's eyebrow twitches. Or, an EMP or something. It's not like the illegality of that matters to them. Todoroki continues. The USJ is an isolated location, and they picked a time where the few people here wouldn't have much experience. This is a well-coordinated attack, so they must have an objective of some kind. Aizawa looks back to them all. Fiend. Begin evacuation and attempt to contact the school. Kaminari, try using your quirk and seeing if you can break through whatever is blocking the signal. Got it? He can't possibly be planning to. Sensei, you can't fight that many people alone. You can't nullify all of their quirks, and your fighting style is heavily based on ambush tactics and quick takedowns. A head-on brawl isn't. No good hero is a one-trick pony, kid. 13. Look out for them. Aizawa takes off before Izuku can say anything else. I know that he's just trying to reassure us, but no matter how skilled he is, he'll get tired eventually. Izuku watches carefully as Aizawa leaps into the fray, and he'll admit that he's impressed by how well that he's holding out right now. Izuku's attention is drawn back to the hand villain when he starts to talk, though. He's probably the leader of this whole operation. I need to keep an eye on him. Even a whole mob of us isn't slowing him down. I hate pro-heroes. Ordinary villains can't stand a chance against them. Kurogyri. Deal with the hero brats. Bring me that green-haired one first. I think that we've encountered a recruitable unit. Izuku doesn't get the chance to move before his whole world is absorbed by black. Izuku blinks and finds himself standing directly in front of the hand guy. That's fast. He can vaguely hear Aizawa shout in his direction, but that's the least of Izuku's concerns at the moment. What dialogue option can I choose to make sure that you join my party? I just need to keep the guy talking. Maybe I'll be able to figure out his objective. Is there an objective beyond killing All Might? I can almost sympathize with that being his objective. Tell me why you don't like All Might, hero brat. He could that the hand guy wasn't asking. He was demanding an answer. Well, the truth is actually helpful here. The short story is that he saved my life, told me that I could never be a hero, and then left me, alone, on the rooftop of a very tall building after trying to crush my dreams. The other man froze at that, slowly turning to look at him. Izuku could sort of see a red eye peeking out from behind the hand on his face. What the F-? That's so effed up. Izuku huffed. Tell me about it. What's your name, by the way? Or, just something to call you if you don't want to tell me. It feels weird calling you hand guy in my head. The man snorts. Shigaraki is fine. So, do you want to join us, then? Izuku paused, trying to think of a way to not get himself into unnecessary danger. I can't just say yes, either. I don't think that I'd be very useful to you. Any hero brat defecting would be useful. What do you mean? Because society would just sweep it under the rug. If something happened to me, then they'd just say that it was inevitable. For the quirkless student to fail before accomplishing anything. They wouldn't care, Shigaraki-san. Quirkless, I'm just hearing more reasons for you to come with me here. Don't you want to make them care? Don't you want to make yourself their problem? Oh, absolutely. I want to change the system. Then join me. Izuku sighs. Well, there goes not refusing outright. I can't. Izuku watches, wary, as Shigaraki's hand twitches, jerking forward a bit before he clearly reins in his temper. Why not? I can't accomplish what I need to do through violence, at least, not quite yet. I could never hope to change the Hero Public Safety Commission's mind about what they're doing. I know that they don't care about the average person. That's not what I'm trying to do as a hero, though. So you're just going to let them get away with treating you like this? Izuku chuckles, and there's something dark in it. Absolutely not. I'm saying that I'm not naive enough to believe that I can change the minds of the people who are responsible for making society into the shitshow that it is today. But I don't have to change the mind of the commission. I don't even have to change the minds of many heroes. Oh, if I become a hero, then civilians will believe in me and trust me. You get that, right? Even the heroes who absolutely don't deserve it wind up earning the trust of civilians. Obviously. It's part of what I hate about this broken system. Heroes can't save everyone, but civilians are convinced that they don't have to do anything so long as heroes are around. Exactly. It's a big issue, but it's also something that I can exploit. What do you dash? What do you think would happen if civilians were shown, by a hero that they trust, the ugly parts of hero society that they aren't aware of? The parts that I know will be told to ignore as we work toward our licenses. They might start questioning things? Exactly. They'd have less trust in the overall system. I'd start off with something small, you know? Maybe show the absurd level of property damage that heroes cause in fights against villains that cause objectively less harm. Like the whole incident with Mount Lady and the purse snatcher with a gigantification quirk. Millions of yen in damage over a purse that probably had, what, a few thousand yen at most? People get upset over the government wasting their tax money. Then what? Then I bring up abuses of power. Endeavor has a record of regularly using excessive force, even killing minor criminals, but the media doesn't cover that. He's hardly the only hero to behave that way. There are statistics out there that prove it, and they're publicly accessible to those who know where to look for them. Which starts to show that heroes and villains aren't so different after all, beyond who is funded by the government. Izuku's eyes gleam with manic determination. That's exactly it. I don't have to convince the people in power that their system is broken. I just have to convince the general populace that the system is broken. It is broken. I just have to motivate them to start fighting it. Protests will start, studies will show the dire need for rehabilitation centers, and I'll make people look at the ugly truth that is found in the statistics of Japan's quirkless population. I can't start a physical war against this system. I'll be denounced as a villain, and nothing that I do will mean anything once I, inevitably, am captured or killed. I have to start a war of public opinion, instead. I'm not here to submit to the system. I'm here to play the system against itself. I'm going to abuse the F out of the celebrity aspect of our society's police state. Shigaraki pauses, looking directly into Izuku's eyes. I think that I like you, hero brat. What's your name? Izuku grins. You can call me Dekairu. I'll be the hero that tells everyone that they can do it. Shigaraki's grin is, somehow, even creepier than Aizawa's. I look forward to seeing what you can do, Dekairu. Back at UA, Yagi can't shake the feeling of something being wrong. I haven't been able to contact 13 or Aizawa. Even if it was for a good reason, it was foolish of me to put hero work before my teaching. What am I supposed to say when I show up at the end? Yagi lets the power of one for all flow through him, transforming. No. I'm going. Before he can leave, the door slides open. Hold on. The principal. Your coat is looking lovely today, sir. The secret is keratin. No human could hope to replicate it. But enough of that, look. Netsu holds up a tablet displaying a news article on Yagi's morning rescues. Villains certainly haven't stopped even after you've gotten in town, but running off to help anyone in trouble is very like you. You haven't changed at all. Netsu sighs. Your injury and the after effects of it have limited you as a hero. You still need to choose a successor as well. People will start to notice that you aren't as active as you used to be. Your role as a teacher here gives them a more palatable reason for that, so try to start taking it easy every now and again. Yagi sighs and deflates. Even if you did go to the USJ today, you'd only be able to stay for a portion of the class. I know that I offered you this position here, but please try to prioritize your role as a teacher in the future. This city has plenty of hero agencies that can deal with the petty villains here. I know. That's why I was just going to head to the USJ. You'd have to leave pretty quickly, wouldn't you? That would only raise more questions than you would by not showing up at all. Just sit and have some tea with me. Let's talk about some of my theories on education. It really worries me that I couldn't even get through to their voicemails. But there's no stopping Netsu once he started talking. He really hasn't changed either. I'm sure that they'll be fine. Back at the entrance of the USJ, things were decidedly not fine. Kurogiri had scattered everyone while Shigaraki and Izuku were talking, and Shuji's quirk was the only reason that they knew that their classmates were still in the building. 13 turns to him. Ida, your job is to run back to the main campus and alert them to what's happening. The alarms haven't sounded, and our phones aren't working. Whoever is doing it must be hidden well if Eraserhead still hasn't deactivated their quirk. Sending someone back is our best option. Ida couldn't believe what he was hearing. I can't just abandon my classmates. Sada looks to him with a grim expression. They said to go, Ida. There are alarms outside, so the villains have to only be causing trouble in here. Zero nods. If you make it out, then they won't be able to follow you. Use your speed to outmaneuver the mist guy. 13 is standing in front of him, in front of all of them. Please. Use your quirk and save us all. I can't let them down. If this is the way that I can help them most. The mist man chuckles. Beyond the fact that you have no hope of escaping me, what sort of fools discusses their plans where their enemy can hear? 13 opens the finger cap on their suit. It doesn't matter that you overheard. You can't stop us. Ida freezes in horror as the mist villain warps 13's own attack to their back, completely disintegrating the back of their suit before they can stop their quirk. Looks like a rescue hero can't measure up to the standards of even the most ordinary heroes. Now you lie prone, defeated by your own power. Sada looks at him. Ida, you have to run. He dashes forward, only to nearly be caught by one of the mist villain's portals. Shuji manages to block the mist villain from Ida, and Zero wraps his neck brace in tape and jazz him to the side. One of the mouths on Shuji's arm opens up and yells, Go! The whole class is counting on me. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Ida makes it out of the USJ, but he fears that death may be nipping at his heels. In the flood zone, Hitoshi is having a very bad day. He is very wet and miserable, and the only reason that he wasn't, literally, dead in the water was due to Azui grabbing him with her tongue. Now he, Azui, and Uraraka are all standing on a boat that is literally designed to sink into the water where a bunch of villains are waiting for them. We're going to have to do something here. If we stick around much longer, then they're going to get impatient. Uraraka looked over to him, looking vaguely queasy, and Shinso couldn't tell if it was from their situation or because she had to float herself over to the boat. Do you have any ideas, Shinso-kun? Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck. I think that I do. But it'll depend on if you can still use your quirk right now. Yeah, I can. What do you need me to do? First, I'm gonna try to put as many of the villains under my control as possible. I'll tell them to fight one another, and while they'll break out of my control the second that they get hit. These guys aren't a tight-knit group. It won't be hard to turn them against one another. While they're distracted, Uraraka, You'll need to lighten both me and yourself. Azui, with our weight reduced you should hopefully be able to hold on to both Uraraka and I, one with your tongue and the other with your hands. It'd be preferable for you to hold Uraraka close to you, so that she can cancel gravity on you if we don't get far enough with momentum alone. That sounds like a plan, Karo. Yup, sounds good. Hitoshi steeled himself. Alright. Does picking on school children make you feel strong? Are your egos that fragile? He can feel the headache building after snagging several people, and when Hitoshi wipes his nose, he finds blood on his hands. Attack the villains near you that aren't under my control. Chaos erupts in the water, and Shinso grins as his nose stops bleeding. The fight continues even as he loses his control over more and more people. Let's get out of here. And the three of them fly over the water before the villains even notice that they're gone. Izuku looks up as the portal villain returns to the center, and he's getting nervous about how close Aizawa is getting to them. I'm not so sure that I'd be able to convince Shigaraki not to hurt him. Shigaraki Tamura. Thank you for the full name, mist person. Kurogyri. Is 13 dead? I immobilized them, but I couldn't warp away all of the students, and one managed to escape. Shigaraki starts scratching at his neck. Kurogyri. I'd turn you to dust if you weren't our ticket out of here. Turn him to dust? He has a quirk? Then why is he wearing that brand of shoes? They only make them for people who have the extra toe joint? My apologies, Shigaraki Tamura. How goes your attempt to recruit the student? Shigaraki lets out a raspy chuckle. He won't be joining us, but I'm interested in seeing exactly what Dikairu here can do. We'd better get out of here. We won't stand a chance against the dozens of pros that will come back with that kid. He looks over to Izuku. How fond are you of your classmates, Dikairu? I think that I'll be able to convince most, if not all, of them to stand with me. Please don't hurt them. A few even know that I'm quirkless, and they haven't treated me any differently. Shigaraki hums. Fine, little hero. We can come back for All Might another time. Kurogyri? Don't bother with the small fry here. Let's save our Nomu for when All Might is actually present. Nomu, we're leaving. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief as Kurogyri, Shigaraki, and the thing that they called a Nomu left the USJ. He clutches a hand to his chest, heaving. Holy Sirpi, did that just work? How did that work? Did I really just stall a villain and convince him to leave? Izuku takes a deep breath and prepares to help Aizawa fight the remaining villains, but before he can leap into action, Izuku locks eyes with Shinso. Guess he got out of the flood zone? Just fine. What Shinso says next is said softly, but with feeling. Midoriya, what the actual F dash? Everything else is pretty anticlimactic, after all of that drama. All Might shows up shortly after Shigaraki and his more important members leave, and he defeats all of the villains in the main plaza before setting off for the zones that still contain students. As soon as he does, Aizawa runs up to him. Problem child, are you alright? Why? There are residual nerves, but I'm fine. I managed to keep him talking, since I figured distracting the leader would make it easier for everyone else. I was already there, so I just had to amuse him. I think that I have some information that could be helpful for the future investigation, too. Don't worry about that right now, Midoriya. I'm just glad that you're safe. Suddenly, a thought hit him. Izuku gasped. Wait. Before they left, Kurogyri, the portal guy, said that he had turned 13 Sensei's quirk against them. They're going to need medical attention. Aizawa's eyes widened. Thank you for telling me, kid. I'm sure that medics will be on their way with the rest of the staff, but I'll go see what I can do. I should come with you. I basically have a whole first aid kit in my left pocket. It should help. Aizawa sighs. Fine. Come on, problem child. At least you're well prepared. Thanks, it's the trauma. By the time that they make it to the main plaza, the rest of the teachers have arrived. Shoulda. Are you okay? Izuku snorts when Aizawa uses his quirk to cut off present mix screaming. I'm fine, Hizashi. Izuku peers around them and sighs in relief when he sees 13 being loaded onto a stretcher. It looks like they're in good hands. He glances back to the plaza and sees that All Might has brought the rest of his classmates back as well. This definitely could have gone a lot worse. The ambulance carrying 13 leaves, and the police arrive about 15 minutes after their teachers had shown up. 17, 18, 19, it looks like none of the kids were hurt, thankfully. Izuku's eyes WHP over to the plain-looking man. We're gonna get you kids back to your classroom, for now. This is no time to take your statements. I can't risk that. I might forget something. Detective-san? The man looks over to Izuku, tilting his head. Yes? Is it all right if I choose to give my statement now? I can wait for a little bit, but I don't want to risk forgetting anything. I suppose that there's no problem with that. The detective was talking with All Might earlier. I wonder if he knows? I think that it'll be important for Nedzu-san and Yagi-san to know this information as well. A gleam of recognition enters the detective's eyes, and Izuku is now certain that he does, in fact, know. All right, we'll get you all back on campus, and then we can take your statement. Thank you, sir. Izuku fidgets nervously as he sits in what appears to be a teacher conference room. Nedzu, Yagi, and the detective are all in the room with him. All right. Now, my name is Tsukachi Naomesa, and I'm legally obliged to inform you about my quirk before we take your statement. It's called Lie Detector, and what it does is fairly self-explanatory. Do you consent to giving your statement under my quirk? Yes, sir. Good. Will you tell me what happened, from your perspective, then? It happened right after 13 Sensei gave their speech. A dark, shadowy portal came in front of the water fountain. His name is Kurojairi, and the leader, Shigaraki, stepped out first, with a creature that he called a Nomu. A bunch of villains followed him out of the portal after that. You know their names? How did you find out? Shigaraki told me his, and he said Kurojairi's name when referring to him. Kurojairi called the leader Shigaraki Tamura, so I assume that Tamura is his first name. And how did you get close enough for them to talk to you? Izuku flushes red. Well, they showed up very suddenly, and when they announced that they were there to kill Yagi-san, I may have expressed my distaste for Yagi-san. Out loud. I was a little freaked out, and my mental verbal filter was shot. Tsukachi looks a bit confused at that. You don't like Tashinori? Wait, never mind. That's not an important question. He clears his throat. Do you remember what you said? I think it was something along the lines of course they were there for that since All Might has to ruin every good thing in my life. Yagi coughs, startled. It's hard to tell what Nedzu is thinking, but he doesn't look angry, at least. Tsukachi soldiers on, even though it's obvious that he has many questions about that statement. And how did you get close enough to talk to Shigaraki? He asked Kurojairi to teleport me to him. Shigaraki talked in a lot of video game lingo. He called me a recruitable unit. The first thing he asked me was why I didn't like All Might. And what did you tell him? The truth. That Yagi-san looked me in the eye, said that I could never be a hero, and then left me on the rooftop of a very tall building, alone. Izuku can't keep the spite out of his voice, and something in him is ferally satisfied by the dark look in Nedzu's eyes. Tsukachi looks thunderstruck. Alright, what all did you and Shigaraki talk about? Mostly I was just trying to stall him. He wanted to recruit me, and I didn't want to outright refuse him if I could avoid it. I tried to deflect his interest by telling him that I wouldn't be of use to him, as someone who is quirkless. Funnily enough, especially considering that it's never happened until I got into UA, Shigaraki didn't seem to particularly care about that revelation. And then what happened? He said that he was just hearing more reasons why I should join him. You know, as one of society's outcasts. At that point I had to refuse him outright. His hand twitched toward me for a moment, before he controlled himself, so I'm assuming that he has a 5-point contact quirk. Considering that he later threatened to turn Kurojairi to dust for Ida's escape, I'd bet that he either transforms what he touches into dust or decays anything that he touches. Anyway, he asked me why I wouldn't join him, after that. Nedzu nodded, looking grim. He's likely the one who destroyed the gate, then? Tsukachi nods too. What reason did you give him for refusing? I have to be careful here. I can't tell him about my plan for taking down the corrupt figureheads of our society. He reports to them. I can't afford to slip up here. I told him about how I wanted to create change in our society. I want to make things better for people without quirks, and I want to make things better for people who have quirks that society deems either useless or villainous, too. I told him that no one would listen to me as a villain, and that nothing I could do as a villain would be taken seriously once I was captured or killed. I want to create a permanent change, not a temporary one born of fear. He seemed amused with my answer, and he asked me what he could call me. I didn't give him my name, obviously, but I did tell him that he could call me Deku, and that I'd be the hero who tells everyone that they can do whatever they set their minds to. I guess that he wanted to see if I could improve things for other people like him. He said that he looked forward to seeing what I could do. Tsukachi gives him a small smile. It takes a special kind of hero to gain a villain's respect like that, kid. It's dangerous, but that was also probably the best thing that you could have done in that situation. What happened after that? They were already gone by the time that Toshinori got there. Kurogiri showed up pretty shortly after that. They had a conversation about how 13-sensei couldn't move and how Ida got out. Before they left, Shigaraki asked me how fond I was of my classmates. I told him that I believed that they would stand with me and advocate for change, and that the ones who know that I'm quirkless haven't treated me any differently for it. When I asked him not to hurt them, he listened. He told Kurogiri to leave all the small fry villains behind, and told the Nomu that they were leaving. They all left, and things were pretty much over after that. Tsukachi nods. Thank you, kid. This is a lot of valuable information. You should probably head home and get some rest. Izuku nods and starts heading toward the door, but he pauses before he can leave. He looks back at Yagi, Tsukachi, and Nezu. One last thing. I'm not sure if this will help you any, but Shigaraki was wearing the shoes designed by Prim Company. They're the only company that makes shoes for quirkless people. I don't know how Shigaraki got his quirk, but I don't think that he was born with it. Then, Izuku leaves. He never looks back to see the absolutely stricken faces of the people in the room behind him. When Izuku wakes up the next morning, he looks at his digital clock and panics for a moment. He jumps out of bed. It's already 8:30? I'm going to be late for Dash. Then he remembers that classes had been cancelled today. UA was focused on improving their security, in general but mostly against Kurogiri's quirk, so all of the students, not just Class 1A, were given the day off. I guess that we get a long weekend. Everyone will have until Monday to collect themselves, and the school has a few days to buff up security. Izuku checks his phone as it buzzes, surprised at what he sees. He puts the contact information into his phone. Aizawa-sensei. Problem child. You're the class rep, so I'm sending you the contact info for the other students. Attachment. Contact list, 20 items. The different number under my name is for emergencies. Make sure that you distribute both numbers and explain which is which. Got it, sense. Izuku hums. I'm not so sure that I want to risk my mom finding me talking to my classmates when she looks through my message history. She still gets so upset whenever I talk about being a hero. If she knew that I had friends who were encouraging my delusions. How much money do I have left from selling my merch? You see, Izuku's old, fanboyish nature netted him quite a lot of yen. Many of his figures had been limited releases, and some of them were so rare that they sold for over 100,000 yen alone. Izuku lifted his mattress and reached into the fitted sheet, grabbing his stash. Izuku counts it all up and grins. I still have about 500,000 yen. It'd be nice to go get my own phone, one that mom doesn't know to look through. No mall will sell a 15-year-old a phone, though. It's not legal to write up a contract with a minor. Wonder how hard it would be for me to get a hold of a burner phone? Then I can just buy a lot of texts and call time in advance, and I won't have to risk her seeing them. This was a monumentally stupid idea. Izuku knew that. But Izuku just couldn't go back to not being able to talk to his friends. His mom wouldn't let him talk to them if she knew. Hopefully Shigaraki has already started spreading word about me to the underground. Only criminals would be willing to sell a minor a burner phone. Izuku grabs 50,000 yen. He then gets dressed in one of his favorite long-sleeved shirts, one that has the kanji for hoodie on it, and a pair of sweatpants. He grabs his drawstring bag, one that he bought for runs and for the fact that the bag is difficult to steal from, and puts all of his stuff inside of it. Izuku slips his taser into his pocket, suddenly glad that he felt too paranoid to leave school without it. He steps out of his room. Hey mom, I'm gonna go out on a run, alright? I'll probably stop at a few places while I'm out. Do you need me to get anything? Inko pops her head out of the living room. Are you sure, sweetie? That awful attack was only yesterday, after all. I'm sure, Mum. None of the villains really saw me, so I should be safe. I just need to get rid of all of this restless energy, he said. Like a liar. Could you get some more soy sauce on your way back? Inko pauses for a moment before she looks to Izuku. Her lips are pulled in a small frown and her eyes are fearful and sad. You understand how dangerous this is for you now, right? You can't still be planning to be a hero. Izuku honestly feels bad about how much he makes her worry. He hates how guilty he feels existing around her, but he still loves her. He doesn't want his mom to be sad. I knew how dangerous it would be from the start, but it's not any more dangerous for me in particular than it is for anyone else. None of the kids got hurt. We're all fine, Mom. I'm fine. The sports festival should be coming up soon, so you should be able to see that I can protect myself then. I'll pick up the soy sauce, and I'll make sure that I'm back before we need to start dinner. Izuku waves farewell and steps outside the door, closing it gently behind him. He never sees his mother's dark expression. Izuku slips into his favorite internet cafe, pays 500 yen for an hour of internet access, and clicks onto one of his favorite underground forums in an incognito tab. Izuku has had an account on this website for years, but he doesn't want to risk using his normal account. He sets up a new, temporary, account under the name of its_Kairu, and he begins his hunt for a burner phone that will suit his purposes. It takes him a while to find anything suitable. Most burners only work within specific area codes and most sellers weren't selling minutes or call time in bulk, but he found what he wanted in a post by h__. His previous customers all seemed to speak well of his sales, so Izuku wasn't going to find anyone much more trustworthy. This is perfect. The phones works throughout the whole country, they're willing to sell unlimited minutes and call time, and the burner even looks like a normal smartphone. I can just put a case on it, and no one would think twice about me using it. It's definitely more expensive than the standard ones, but I knew that I'd have to spend a lot of money for this. I'll send them a message. Hey, I saw your post about the burner phones. Do you have any stock left? _yen_yen. The phones are yen. I don't negotiate prices. That's not a problem. How much more will it cost to get the unlimited calls and minutes? _yen_yen. It'll run you another yen. It's_. I can do that. When's the soonest that you can meet up? _yen_yen. Can you meet me in the Kamino Ward Station in Yokohama in an hour? Yeah. I'll see you there. Izuku quickly got up, heading out from the cafe early. The train station was only a couple of minutes away from here, and thankfully it only takes 40 minutes by train to get to Kamino, but he needed to be quick if he wanted to catch the next train. He shoots his mom a quick text, telling her that his phone was low on battery and that he'd be putting it on airplane mode to preserve power. She'd yell at him for it later, but he couldn't have her watching his location and asking why he went all the way to Yokohama. An hour later, Izuku is sitting on a bench in the Kamino train station. He has earbuds in, but he's not actually playing any music from his phone. His right hand stays in his pocket, clutching his taser without making it obvious that he has one on him. Izuku's eyes are firmly caught on a smoking, gray-haired man who is wearing a purple suit and slowly making his way toward the bench that Izuku's sitting on. The guy leans against the wall next to Izuku. So, you're that kid that Shigaraki is so interested in, huh? You don't look like much to me. It's not very smart of you to meet with someone like this, especially without anything to protect yourself. So Shigaraki is spreading word around. I can't imagine that it's gotten too far, yet, so this guy must be closely connected to the League. Izuku just smirks, looking the man in the eye. He speaks lowly, so as to make sure that those around him couldn't hear. Bold of you to assume that I came unarmed. Izuku pulls his right hand out of his pocket, ever so slightly. His taser peeks out just a tad, but he's clearly ready to use it if needed. The man whistles. Alright, maybe you're not as bad as I assumed. Now, I only really agreed to come because I saw your screen name and got curious, but you do have the cash, right? Izuku nods. As long as you've got what I need. I do. What do you need a phone like this for anyway, kid? Izuku grimaces. Does it really matter so long as I pay? The guy chuckles. No, it doesn't. I was just curious. He pulls out the burner phone, holding it in Izuku's direction. I can respect your decision to just do business and go. The phone's already set up for you. Izuku shifts his drawstring bag in front of him, reaching in and counting out 41,000 yen. He discreetly exchanges the money for the phone, relieved to have his backup plan in hand. The man starts talking in a low voice. Now, I'm gonna ask if I can use my quirk on you, kid. It'll make the past 5 minutes really vague for you, so we'll both be protected. You won't risk being suspected of colluding with villains, and I won't risk being sold out to heroes. It'll make the next 5 minutes kind of fuzzy too, though. Izuku knows better than to think that this guy wouldn't do it anyway, but it is a good deal. They're in public, so Izuku is relatively safe, and it's not like he'll completely forget everything. He nods. The man smiles, cigarette dangling a bit from his mouth. It was nice doing business with you, Dikairu. I'd say that you can call me Jiren, but you won't remember that name. Jiren lightly taps Izuku's forehead, playing it off as the affectionate flick of a family member, and walks off. Izuku pulls up his newly created underground account on his new phone, and he deletes it right away. He doesn't remember exactly why it's so important for him to completely cover his tracks, but Izuku does know that he doesn't want the heroes finding out about this. 5 minutes later, Izuku starts to feel much better. He catches the next train back to Mizudafu, adding his classmates and both of his teacher's phone numbers to his phone. He spends a lot of the train ride texting out the information that Aizawa asked him to, but then he realizes that he should probably text Aizawa his new number too. Hey, Aizawa-sensei. This is Izuku. I was getting a new phone today, so I texted everyone from this number. Aizawa-sensei. I'll update your file, problem child. Thanks for informing me. Izuku actually listens to music for the rest of the train ride, and he's relieved to be back in Mizudafu. He heads to the general store near their apartment, and once he gets there, he takes his original phone out of airplane mode. He cringes when he sees his notifications. Geez. 11 text messages and 17 missed calls? I better do damage control, quick. Izuku calls Inko back. Midoriya Izuku. You can't just do that. You worried me half to death. He flinches, suddenly very glad that he left his earbuds in. I'm sorry, Mom. I promise that I didn't go far. I just went to buy and charge a power bank so that I could recharge my phone. It wasn't a very good excuse, but it would be easy for Izuku to buy a power bank and cover his tracks a bit. His mom sighs so loudly that he can hear her over the phone. Just don't do it again, okay, sweetie? Now that you have a power bank, you need to keep it always charged and on you. Nothing like this can happen again. This time, his mom actually had a reason to have been kind of freaked out. She couldn't know for sure that he would be able to contact her if he needed to, but something about the fact that she needed to be able to see where he was at all times still made him feel uneasy. I promise. I'll charge it up again when I get back home. I'm so sorry for worrying you. I'll be heading right back after I get out of the store. Do you need anything other than soy sauce? No, baby. Just get that and come home. We'll need to have a talk when you get here. Love you. See you soon. Before he can even respond, she hangs up on him. If Izuku takes longer than strictly necessary to buy the soy sauce, a phone case, and a power bank on separate receipts so that his mom won't wonder why he got a new case and then didn't put it on his phone, then no one but him needed to know. Izuku slowly opens the door to their apartment, nerves making him feel nauseous. He sees his mom staring at the television, but there's something in her eyes that just makes him feel more afraid. I'm home. I got the soy sauce for dinner, Mom. I don't care about the soy sauce, Izuku. Oh, she said. What I care about is the fact that you don't seem to get that you're different from the other kids, Izuku. His mom laughs. It's not a pretty sound. I had no way of contacting you for 2 whole hours, Izuku. You are so much more vulnerable than everyone else. I always need to be able to reach you. I have to know where you are, so that I can know that you are safe. Your father has already left me, Izuku. I can't lose you too. It won't happen again, Mom. I promise, Izuku wanted to argue that he wasn't at any more risk than anyone else, but he knew that this wasn't the time for that. He just needed to let her get it out of her system. No, it won't happen again. I'll tell you why. That school is putting bad ideas into your head, Izuku. You won't ever be able to be as strong as an ordinary person. I'm trying to let you learn that lesson on your own, but if you ever do something like this again, I'll take you out of UA completely. You won't even get to stay in general education. Do you understand me? Izuku trembles, tears falling down his face. When did his mom get so scary? Why yes. I understand. They stop talking after that. They cook together, but there is no talking while they do so. Dinner is silent. Izuku goes to bed early, hoping to escape the suffocating tension. He never quite manages to fall asleep that night. Saturday dawns and Izuku feels like garbage. He got, maybe, 3 hours of sleep, and they weren't even continuous hours. Izuku looks over to his clock and groans when he sees that it's only 7 in the morning. He shuffles out of his room, determined to make himself a coffee. Tea just wasn't going to cut it. When Izuku actually feels a little more like a living person, he notices that he's alone in the apartment. Oh yeah, Mom actually has a shift today. At least I'm not grounded. I don't think that I want to stay here all day. Izuku does hang around and read a bit until it's a more decent hour, but he perks up when he feels the vibrations from his burner phone. He decided that he would leave his original phone's volume on unless he was at school, where he would silence it and leave it in his backpack. That way he could tell the difference between which phone he was getting messages from. He couldn't afford to let his mom know about the new one. Izuku pulls out his burner and checks his messages. Uraraka-san. Hey, are you busy today? No, what's up? Uraraka-san. Ida-kun, Tsu-chan, Tokoemi-kun, and I were all going to go out to a little pastry shop in Mizudafu. We asked Shinsu-kun too, but he said that he was busy. Do you want to come with us? Sure. I live in the area, so it shouldn't take me long to get there. Are we meeting there or meeting up and walking together? Time. And which bakery are we going to? Uraraka-san. We're meeting there at 10:30. It's that little place that's only about a 10-minute walk from UA. Kick my day. They've got good prices too. I'll be there. Thanks for inviting me. Izuku smiles as he goes to get dressed. He's so glad that he can do things like this now. Izuku's a bit worried about why Shinso might be busy, though. Hopefully he's just training for the sports festival or something. When Izuku gets to Cake My Day, he's already in a much better mood than before. His coffee has kicked in, and he's going to see most of his friends. He got there a little early. It's only 10:15 right now, but he still wasn't the first one there. Oh, hello Ida-kun. Are you doing alright? I'm doing well, Midoriya-kun. How are you? You were the one who was stuck with the main villain for the entirety of the USJ, after all. I imagine that it must have been terrifying. Izuku definitely couldn't tell the truth. I mean honestly, can you imagine how the others would react if I just told them that Shigaraki and I just had a conversation? He never even tried to hurt me, really. Just was tempted to one time. A literal villain had more restraint than over half of my middle school classmates did. Honestly, I just get more talkative when I'm nervous. I was able to keep him distracted well enough. It wasn't really scary until after he'd already left. That's when what I just pulled off really registered, I guess. Izuku shakes his head. But enough about that. We're here to relax. I'm gonna go order something. Izuku gets himself a lemon loaf and his second coffee for the morning. By the time that he goes to sit back down, Azui had already shown up too. Hello, Azui. Just call me Tsuyu, Midoriya-kun. Izuku flushes. Oh, right. Sorry, Tsuyu-san. It's fine. I'm just more used to hearing my first name. I have a pretty big family. Izuku hums. Ah, that makes sense. It'd get pretty confusing if dash. Izuku is cut off when the bell attached to the bakery's door rings. Hey Midoriya-kun, Ida-kun, Tsu-chan. Uraraka waves a hello, and everyone returns her greetings. Tokoemi winds up arriving a few minutes past their meeting time. My apologies for my tardiness. Dark Shadow was in a most egregious mood this morning. Izuku just giggles. Don't worry, Tokoemi-kun. You're fine. The group of 5 makes small talk for a while, simply relieved to be in the presence of other members of their class after the USJ scare. Eventually, they wind up on the topic of why they all decided to become heroes. Izuku is the one who started that conversation. We know that Ida-kun decided to become a hero because of his brother, but what about the rest of you? You don't have to say anything if it's too personal, but I was wondering. Uraraka answers him first. If I'm completely honest, I'm doing it for money. It's not nearly as noble as Ida-kun's reasoning. I know how bad it sounds, but my parents own a construction company that's almost bankrupted. We're dirt poor, but they still work so hard to support me in my dreams. They even told me to go after what I wanted instead of letting me stay to help reduce costs at the company. I want to be able to pay them back, They shouldn't have to struggle so much. Uraraka-san really is a good person. Your reason is plenty noble, Uraraka-san. There's nothing wrong with wanting to provide for yourself, and taking care of your parents is admirable. Izuku nods. Yeah. Besides, there are plenty of jobs that you could have taken for the sake of making money. You chose to do something that would also help people, even though it would be a harder job than most other jobs that you could have chosen. Don't sell yourself short. Fumikage also agrees. Indeed, there are many professions that one may take for the sake of earning money. In your situation, it would not have been difficult to find yourself working in the darkness. You are the one who chose to strive for the light. Azui seems to be the most interested in her story. I have similar reasons, Karo. Well, at least in that I chose to become a hero for my family. About 5 years ago, my little brother, Samidare, was caught up in a villain attack. It was terrifying, Karo. My brother got saved by Fat Gum, in the end, but I never wanted to fear for my siblings like that again. I decided that I'd become a hero so that I could keep them safe, and so that I could help reassure other people like Fat Gum did for my family. Uraraka's eyes were wide, and her face was slightly pinker than usual. That's so cute, Tsuchan. It's like you're aiming to be everyone's protective big sister. I'm glad that your brother was okay. Fumikage nods. You learned to shine in a moment of darkness, and that is to be commended. To reassure others who find themselves in the dark is a virtuous goal. Ida's the only other one of them that has a sibling, so he is quite obviously moved. You sound like my brother, Tsuyu-san. It may just be a quality that older siblings share. Regardless, your motives are quite touching. Izuku smiles at her. She may be relatively new to their friend group, but it was obvious that Azui would fit in well. I can understand taking one of your life's most painful moments and striving to ensure that it doesn't happen again, Tsuyu-san. Azui tilts her head. What do you mean, Midoriya-kun? His smile is slightly shakier this time. Well, you're the only one here that doesn't know yet, actually, so it only seems fair that I tell you. I'm Quirkless, Tsuyu-san. Really, Karo? That makes sense. Izuku really appreciated Azui's calm nature. Yeah. My whole reason for becoming a hero. Well, it's not a pretty story. Izuku looks around, but they're in a fairly unpopulated area of the cafe. They've been here for long enough that it's not as busy as before, too. He shouldn't be overheard from where they are sitting, but he speaks lowly, just in case. Growing up, I was less than human. It was like not having powers of my own meant that I could never amount to anything. I was relentlessly bullied for it. Nearly half of my middle school used me, at some point or another, to test their quirks out on. More than that, though, I was suicide-baited pretty regularly. They all look horrified. Ida speaks up. Surely your teachers must have done something? Izuku chuckles, but it's an ugly, bitter-sounding thing. Yeah, they did. If you count joining in. Most of the time they just blatantly ignore what was happening, and if I tried to report my bullies, then they would tell me that I needed to stop being dramatic just because I wanted attention. Sometimes, though, they'd actively join in. If I got red spider lilies put on my desk, then they'd put it in a vase that no student would bother bringing. If I got razor blades as an early birthday present, since my birthday is over summer break, then the teachers would just say that I couldn't bring weapons to school, and that no one wanted to deal with me doing that in front of them. They'd say to wait until I got home. They agreed that I was a drain on society. They thought that I was just as worthless as the students did. It's why Bakugo calls me Deku, you know? It's another way of reading my name. It means useless, He knows that his voice is getting watery, but Izuku can't help it. Midoriya-kun, Uraraka sounds so sad. Izuku hates that he's not even close to done yet. But I didn't always believe in myself, you know? I tried to look at what I could do without a quirk in this world. There was basically nothing. The unemployment rate for the quirkless population is over 50%. It's absurd. The ones who do find work are either stuck in a minimum wage job for the rest of their life, or they're paid less than everyone else working there. So, I started working even harder. I had to become a hero. I wanted to change how things are. Ida looks polaxed. That has to be illegal, right? It's discrimination. Izuku shakes his head. Oh. Quirk discrimination laws were put into place in early quirk history. Quirkless people were still the majority then, so no one thought to include anti-discrimination laws that covered them. They haven't been reworked since then. Not that quirk discrimination laws really work, anyway. Tokoyami nodded at that. Indeed. Many people with frightening quirks, especially mutations, have a harder time finding employment and living an ordinary life. Employers can still get away with saying something along the lines of how they just weren't a good fit for the company. My mother had a difficult time getting a job. She has an even more obvious raven mutation than I do. Azui agrees. Yeah, Carol. My dad looks even more like a frog than the rest of my family, but we're all kind of unsettling to most people. I had to take care of my siblings growing up since mom and dad had to work such long hours to make up for being paid less than their coworkers. Izuku's face is grim. It's exactly that sort of thing that I'm fighting to change. So many people just don't know unless they've had to experience it personally. I don't want to stand by and watch this happening to other people. I want to become a hero so that I could physically save people, sure, but more than that, I want to become a hero so that I can use my platform as a way of spreading awareness, and through that awareness I want to create change. I want to see a world where being powerless doesn't mean that you're worthless. I want to see a world where there's no such thing as a weak or villainous quirk. I want to see a world where someone's power, or lack of one, isn't their defining characteristic. I want to see a world where people ask if someone has a quirk instead of asking what their quirk is. I want to see a better world than the one that we live in. Most people just don't care. So, I decided that if I ever wanted to see that world, then I'd have to fight for it myself. And I will. Even if he never believes that I can do it. Azui tilts her head. I hear a story in that last part. You don't have to tell us, of course, but... Izuku flushes. Honestly, I didn't mean to say that out loud, but... You guys have probably noticed that I'm a bit tense around All Might, yeah? Tokoyami nods. Yes. I did notice that he tends to make you uneasy. Your whole energy changes around him. I had wondered why. Izuku laughs nervously. What? He saved me one day. And when I asked him if someone who was quirkless could become a hero, Uraraka gasps, horror creeping in. No. He didn't. Izuku gets a small, sad smile. He said no. He told me that I needed to be more realistic, and that I could just become a police officer. Which I couldn't even if I wanted to. We were on top of a very tall building, you know? He crushed my dreams and then left me on a rooftop. Alone. I actually considered? He had been trying to avoid thinking about it, but Izuku really could have never gone on to achieve his dreams after that day. Uraraka's expression is set in hard, determined lines. We'll help you create that world, Midoriya-kun. I know that you can do it. Forget what All Might said. Ida nods. Indeed. What you have gone through is horrifying, and as heroes our duty is to correct the course that our world is on. I will work alongside you for this change, Midoriya-kun. If even the number one hero doesn't see the problem, then the whole system needs to be worked on. Azui croaks softly. I understand some of what you're fighting for, Midoriya-kun. I'll fight with you, so that maybe my younger siblings won't be treated like I was. Tokoyami nods, feathers puffed up in agitation. I stand with you, Midoriya-kun. My own motivations are much the same, though I cannot say that I was treated as harshly as you were. Dark Shadow has always scared people, especially since they don't understand that Dark Shadow is my partner. I cannot and will not completely control them. I won't take their agency away from them. I've been told that I have a villainous quirk many times, and I always wanted to show other beings of the darkness that they can become a beacon of light. I wanted to inspire others who have quirks like mine. A world where they wouldn't ever have to worry about being called villainous in the first place? Well, that's just something even worthier of fighting for. 5 UA students wind up leaving that bakery with an even firmer resolve in their chosen paths. They do not notice the awestruck expression of a blonde girl who was near their age. Her yellow, piercing eyes follow them as they leave, and she finds herself very glad that she heard the tail end of that conversation. Sunday morning comes, and when he wakes up, Izuku nearly has a heart attack. He had gotten a text on his burner phone 20 minutes ago. Shuji-kun. I wanted to talk to you in person if you're available. It's about the USJ. I was trying to make sure that our classmates were still in the building and… Izuku can't breathe. Oh shit. This is not good at all. How much did he hear? He texts him back immediately. Yeah, we can talk. Where do you want to meet up? Shuji-kun. Would Ueno Park work for you? It's in the Ueno district of Taito. Yeah, that's fine. It'd take me about 20 minutes to get there. Since I live in Mizudafu. Time. Shuji-kun. Is 1:30 a.m. good time? Yeah. I'll see you then. Even if it wasn't, Izuku would have made it a good time to meet. He couldn't afford to put this off. He had no way of knowing that Shuji hadn't already told someone else, even if he didn't seem like the type to do that, and he didn't know how incriminating what Shuji heard him say was. Izuku's morning passes at an agonizingly slow pace, though that is likely due to how anxious he was. He manages to do some cleaning and reads a little to pass the time, but Izuku still decides to leave the apartment early. He'd rather wait at Ueno Park. Mom, I'm heading out. I'm just going to a park for some fresh air. That's fine, sweetie. You have your power bank, right? Have you eaten lunch yet? What park are you going to? I do have it. I'm going to pick up some onigiri on the way. I figured that I could eat there. I'm going to Ueno Park. I want to see the cherry blossoms before they go out of bloom. Okay, have fun, sweetheart. Here's some money for your lunch. Mommy might not be home when you get back. I'm going to go do some interviews today. Izuku nods and takes the 2,000 yen note from Inko. Thank you, Ma. I love you. Izuku leaves his house at 12:30, terrified that one overheard conversation could ruin everything that he's been working toward. When the meeting time rolls around, Izuku had already been at Ueno Park for the past half hour. He'd long since eaten, and he'd mostly just been jogging back and forth in front of the lake. He takes his burner phone out and sends Shuji another text. Are you here? I'm on the east side of the Lake Arn. Shuji-kun. I just got here. I'll be over there in just a second. Izuku puts his phone back in his pocket, exhaling nervously. His stomach is churning with anxiety, and Izuku could have cried in a combination of relief and stress when he saw Shuji walk to one of the park benches and sit down. Izuku went to join him. Hey Shuji-kun. Shuji glances over at him and scoots over, giving Izuku space to sit down. Hello Midoriya-kun. Sorry for being a bit late. I wanted to make sure that no one could overhear us, so I was looking for a good spot to talk. Izuku grins nervously. It's fine. What exactly did you hear? Shuji pauses for a moment, seeming to realize just how terrified Izuku currently was. I haven't told anyone, Midoriya. It's not uncommon for me to accidentally become privy to the secrets of others. I've decided to not spread them, ever, on principle. I just wanted to talk about what I heard you say, and just how serious you were when you said it. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, okay, Shuji-kun. What do you want to know? When you were stalling Shigaraki? I heard you say that you couldn't start a physical war against our system, and that you'd make it a war of public opinion instead. That you'd play the system against itself. I didn't really hear anything before or after that point, and after a couple of days of turning it over in my head, I needed to know the context of that statement. Izuku hums. Yeah, I can understand why you'd be a bit worried. That part alone makes me sound pretty bad. I had assumed that Shigaraki and his group were there to cause a stir in our society, since he proclaimed it as an attack against the symbol of peace. With that many people following him, I could guess that they were fighting for change of some sort. I told him what he wanted to hear, mostly. That I was working as a hero to create societal change. Shuji looks almost disappointed by that, so Izuku decides to be a bit more honest with him. That being said, I still meant what I told him. Truly? Yes. I'm quirkless, Shuji-kun. I know exactly how horribly that our society can treat people who don't meet its standards. I want to create change, so that quirks aren't considered the most important part of someone. I'm willing to do anything to accomplish that, even if it means that I have to use the influence that I gain as a hero to convince civilians. Looked happy to hear that, and Izuku knew that he had made the right choice. Much like when he told Jiru, alongside Hagakure and Yaoyorozu, Izuku knew that it probably would have been a matter of time before Shuji heard that he was quirkless. He wouldn't have been told directly, but he might have overheard and assumed that the others just knew. I'm glad to hear that. I've always been called a villain for my appearance. It's part of why I always wear a mask. I decided to become a hero to encourage others who are like me. I'll support you in your goals, but maybe try to avoid inspiring villain leaders in the future? Izuku giggles. I'll certainly try. That being said, I also want to try to prevent people from feeling like they have to become villains in the first place. I can't agree with Shigaraki attacking the USJ, but with some redirecting. His goals may be helpful if I can convince him to avoid collateral. Well, hopefully we won't have to see him again anyway. I'm assuming that the others don't know that you're quirkless? They did ask you about your quirk on the bus. Izuku shakes his head. Nope. At least, not all of the class knows. I told Tsuyu-san yesterday, and I had already told Uraraka-san, Hagakure-san, Jiru-san, Yaoyorozu-san, Ida-kun, Shinsu-kun, and Tokoyami-kun. So with you, and Bakugo who grew up with me, that's half of the class. The rest of them? They'll find out at the sports festival. I have a plan for that. The two talk for a while, moving on to much lighter topics, and Izuku goes home feeling like he's made another friend. He's just glad that Shuji wanted things to change just as much as he did. Izuku is going to need to be more careful about how freely he speaks in the future. He can't ever be sure just who all is listening in. On Monday morning, well before the students have started to arrive, Tashinori sits in front of Principal Nedzu. He's in Nedzu's office and despite his height, Tashinori feels small. You understand why we need to have this conversation, right Tashinori? Why yes, Principal. I need you to prove to me that I haven't made a mistake in hiring you, understand? Nothing like what happened between you and Midoriya can happen again. The only reason that I'm not doing more is because it happened before I hired you. Tashinori shuffles awkwardly. It won't happen again. I swear. I didn't even really think about. I should have a. It's no excuse. I'm so sorry. Nedzu sighs. I'm not the one that you should apologize to, and you know that. Apologize to Midoriya, soon. After that, try not to do anything else that will give him reason to distrust you. Give him time. Tashinori would say that he had apologized for what happened back then, but that obviously hadn't gone very well. And he hadn't understood just how seriously he had misstepped either. I'll just apologize. Then I can ask him why he said no to my offer, instead of making the offer again. He seems very passionate about becoming his kind of hero. I want to understand why. I never could have become what I am without One for All, after all. I will, Principal Nedzu. Good. Get back to work, Tashinori. You'll have to work to regain my trust too. Understood. Tashinori had made a lot of mistakes that he needed to correct. Izuku sits in homeroom and finds himself relieved to be back at UA again. Honestly, my weekend was entirely too stressful for time that I was meant to spend relaxing. The entire class sits up straighter when they see Aizawa enter the room. They all knew that he hadn't gotten seriously hurt, just some scrapes here and there from the horde of villains he was fighting, but it was still a relief to know that he was fine. Morning. I'm glad to see that you all chose to remain with us. If any of you decide that you want to talk to Hound Dog after this, then let me know. There is no shame in a hero seeing a therapist. Pretty much any pro worth their salt will tell you that. Hound Dog is a licensed therapist, not just a guidance counselor, but if you don't mesh with him, then UA can set up appointments with a different, approved therapist as well. Izuku perks up at that. That might not be a bad idea, actually. I know that I'm not. Okay, all of the time. And Mom never wanted me to talk to a therapist. Granted, Most of them might have treated me badly because I'm quirkless, but that hopefully shouldn't be an issue here. Uraraka raised her hand, and she asked the question that was on all of their minds after Aizawa gave her permission. Is 13 Sensei alright? Aizawa nods. They're expected to make a full recovery before long. They're well out of the danger zone. That being said, the fight isn't over yet. The entire class goes tense. The sports festival is fast approaching. Yes. They aren't delaying it. This is perfect. Kaminari seemed a bit hesitant. We just had a big villain attack, though. Is this safe? It's meant to show that UA's crisis management procedures are sound, but there will be 5 times the usual police presence. Heroes will be patrolling during the festival too. That being said, the sports festival is one of the biggest opportunities that you'll get. Yayorozu raises her hand. Japan's top heroes will all be watching, right? It's our opportunity to be scouted. Kaminari, seemingly placated by the increased security, begins to sound more excited. They'll be looking for students to hire as sidekicks after we graduate. Jairu turned to Kaminari, a smirk on her face. Of course, a lot of those sidekicks never manage to go solo. You can end up stuck as a sidekick forever. That'll probably be you, Kaminari. Kaminari clutches at his heart in exaggerated pain. Aizawa clears his throat. Naturally, you'll gain valuable experience if you get picked up by a hero. It can even boost your popularity if you get picked up by one of the higher-ranking heroes. Your time at UA is limited. Show the pros what you've got and make a future for yourselves. This only happens once a year, so you only have 3 chances to impress them. The entire class looks determined after that, and Izuku is practically vibrating out of his seat. When the bell that ends homeroom rings, Aizawa says one last thing before they leave. Oh, by the way, the top scorer on the entrance exam will be making a speech before the sports festival. You know who you are. The majority of the class seems curious after that statement, but Izuku keeps a carefully blank expression. Uraraka, Ida, Shinso, and Aoyama are all almost certain that they know exactly who is giving the speech, considering what Izuku did to the 0-pointer. They let their classmates wonder. After their modern literature class, the students really get pumped up about the upcoming festivities. Uraraka is the one that seems the most fiercely competitive about it, surprisingly enough. Midoriya-kun, Ida-kun. Let's do our best. Her face right now reminds Izuku of the one that she made after he told her about All Might. Ashido seems surprised by her expression. You're not looking like yourself, Uraraka-chan. Is this her determined face? She can be pretty fierce when she wants to be. I'm gonna crush this, everyone. Izuku and his friend group all start walking toward the cafeteria. Suddenly, All Might comes out from around the corner. Everyone that was at the bakery tenses, though Ida and Azui were better at hiding it, and Shinso goes tense when he notices the reactions of those around him. Young Midoriya, would you mind eating lunch with me? Uraraka bristles. He doesn't have to do anything with you. All Might initially looks surprised at her aggression, but then he starts to look sheepish. Ah, I see. I promise you, young Uraraka, that I actually wanted to apologize to him. You can say no, though, young Midoriya. Izuku tilts his head and hums. He seems to be genuine. It doesn't hurt to hear him out, I guess. Fine. You guys go eat lunch. I'll either see you toward the end of it or in the next class. There was some grumbling from Uraraka and Dark Shadow, who had come out when Tokoyami got so tense, but they do leave. Alright, All Might. Let's talk. There is an awkward silence as the two of them walk together, and All Might deflates once they both get to the staff break room. They both sit down on couches opposite of one another. Izuku sighs. What did you want to talk about, Yagi-san? Yagi fidgets a bit, and Izuku is caught out by just how uncomfortable he looks. I wanted to really apologize to you, young Midoriya. I should have considered the kind of impact that my words could have on you. It's fine. I've proved you wrong anyway, right? I do want to ask though. Do not ask me that question again. Why did you say no to receiving one for all? I won't force you, but I just don't get it. Something about this has been bothering Izuku for a long time, and then it hits him. Yagi-san, you said that one for all is passed down from user to user, right? Why? Suddenly, everything makes a sad sort of sense to Izuku. You were quirkless before you got one for all, weren't you? Yagi-san coughs blood. Why yes. How did you dash? It was the way that you talked. Like you just couldn't comprehend not wanting some sort of power, and that's more akin to the mindset of those who are quirkless than anyone else. Most people can't imagine being without a power, but you spoke with a tone that suggested you had experience with the suffering caused by it. I do. Everyone always laughed when I said that I wanted to be a hero. The idea of a quirkless hero was completely unfathomable. I just couldn't have done it without being given this quirk. I genuinely planned to go into the police force before it was given to me. Izuku gives Yagi a sad smile. But you could have done it without a quirk. It may not have been quite the same, but I'm standing here, aren't I? Yagi's eyes look suspiciously wet. Izuku continues. You want to know why I'm so determined to be a quirkless hero, right? I'll explain it to you. Discrimination against the quirkless has only gotten worse with every generation, Yagi-san. The unemployment rate of the generation before me has over half of the quirkless people in Japan without any form of income. I couldn't work in any field outside of the really basic stuff, Yagi-san. The police force won't hire quirkless people, most colleges won't accept quirkless applicants, and even businesses can legally refuse quirkless customers. And it's only getting worse. I had no idea. I should have paid more attention. You should have, but you got swept up in the realized dream of finally having a quirk. You wanted to forget everything that you had to go through to get there. You just wanted to focus on the future that you could now create. I'm becoming a hero to spark change, Yagi-san. I won't remain silent on issues that people with power are content to ignore. I have to create that change as I am. Accepting your power would undo my efforts, not strengthen them. I understand, young Midoriya. I am sorry for being so pushy before. I won't say that it was okay, because you're very much in a position of power and pressuring a kid isn't a good look, but I'm glad that you understand what you did wrong now. It's my turn now, Yagi-san. I'll do this for all of the quirkless people who have ever been told that they couldn't achieve anything. I'll be Deku, the hero who gives everyone hope. I look forward to seeing it, young Midoriya. If a hero like you had existed when I was younger. Izuku stands up, heading toward the door. And for what it's worth, Yagi-san, I think that you could have been an amazing hero, even without one for all. Your worth isn't defined by your quirk. Please remember that. As Izuku leaves to rejoin his friends, he pretends that he doesn't hear the sobbing coming from the staff break room. Izuku does manage to eat lunch, quickly, and talk to his friends for a short while. Uraraka still looked pretty peeved. What did he want, anyway? Izuku's smile is sad. He really did just want to apologize, Uraraka-san. All Might is still a human, and he can make mistakes. Yeah. But still. You can't just say that to someone. It wasn't like he didn't have a reason. He knew someone who was quirkless once. They wanted to be a hero so badly, and it just didn't work out. It wound up breaking something inside of them, and I think that he was afraid of watching the same thing happen to me. Uraraka calms down a bit at that, and the rest of his friends seem contemplative. So, you tell everyone about your beef with All Might when I'm not around, huh? Izuku flushes. You know that I don't mean anything by it, Shinso. You just weren't there. And so Izuku explains it to him, but he also explains, to all of them, exactly why he has forgiven him for it. Or, well, an edited version. He can't go around blabbing about one for all. His friends tentatively agree to give All Might the chance to make it up to him. When their last class of the day ends, 1A finds themselves blocked from leaving by a crowd of students. Uraraka seems dumbfounded by the sheer volume of people standing out there. What's going on here? Bakugo scoffs. They're scoping out the competition, obviously. We're the kids who survived a villain attack, completely uninjured. Of course they'd want to take a look before the sports festival. It doesn't make a difference, though. Out of my way, extras. Ida swings his arm down. Bakugo-kun, please refrain from calling students that we don't know extras. Izuku sees a blonde guy with blue eyes making his way to the front of the crowd. Wasn't he? He was one of the people in my testing area. It may be true that we came to scope you out, but you sure are arrogant, aren't you? Is everyone in 1A like this? I suppose that we'll just have to prove 1BS superiority then in the sports festival, then. Maybe that'll knock you off your high horses? Suddenly, another guy fights his way through the crowd. He's got silver hair, black eyes, and pointy teeth. Is this guy related to Kirishima-kun? Yeah. I'd heard that you guys fought some villains and wanted to learn more, but I'm just seeing this arrogant BSTRD. You guys better not make the hero course look bad. Bakugo just scoffs again, and he starts to push his way through the crowd. Kirishima calls out to him. What are you doing, you JRK? Now we've got a whole mob of people who hate us. Bakugo looks back to Kirishima. I'm aiming for the top. Why should I care? Kirishima looks a little awed by that declaration. He's so manly. Kaminari obviously disagrees. He's just winning us enemies. Don't let him fool you. Izuku wants to cry, a little. DMNU, Bakugo. I need connections in the other classes. Stop burning all my bridges. He needs to do damage control, fast. Izuku bows at a 90-degree angle, quieting the angry muttering from some of the students. The people from 1B seem curious, at least. He slowly straightens up. As class representative, I apologize for my classmates' actions. Bakugo is a particularly difficult member of 1A. Nothing I've tried to do to rein him in has worked so far. Not that Izuku has tried much since he got into UA, but the point still stands. Shinso chuckles. Yeah. We don't really claim that rabid dog. The blonde from 1B hums. Very well. I suppose that we'll just have to determine the best class through the festival, then. Bring your all, or we'll leave you in the dust. Then the crowd started to disperse. After that whole debacle, Izuku flags down his friends before they can leave. Hey, do you guys want to train for the sports festival together? I know that it might seem a bit silly to expose your full capabilities to others, but we can also help each other come up with ideas, too. Ida shakes his head. Sorry, but I want to compete against you as well, Midoriya. I'll be training on my own. He leaves. Azui also decides to train on her own, heading home for now, but Uraraka, Shinso, and Tokoyami stay with Izuku. Shinso gives him a wicked grin. So, are we going to take advantage of that smart brain of yours? Izuku flushes, but he also nods as his grin grows. I've got so many ideas for you all. We won't start today, but I'll reserve a training room for us. We've only got a couple of weeks to prepare, so I'll go do that before I leave. Most people won't think of it until later. Izuku waves farewell as the rest of his friends leave, heading to the teacher's lounge afterward. He knocks lightly on the door before peeking in. Present Mike sees him first. Hey there, little listener. What do you need? Is Aizawa-sensei still here? Izuku hears a groan from a couch that has its back facing the door. He must be lying down. What do you need, problem child? I want to go ahead and book a training room for the next couple of weeks. Uraraka-san, Tokoyami-kun, Shinso, and I will all be training together. I also need some rope. I'll set aside training room G for you then. Do I want to know why you want rope? Well, I'll be helping them with some ideas that I have for their quirks, but I need to be training too. It's balance training. Aizawa sighs. I'll get some rope in there for you too then. Just be careful. Izuku nods. I will be. It's much safer than jumping between rooftops, anyway. Present Mike chokes. What? It's safer than jumping between rooftops. Which I did to prepare for the entrance exam. Because I needed to be prepared for anything. Plus ultra, right? Present Mike whines. Please don't use the school motto as an excuse to do stupid things. Don't go jumping rooftops, okay kiddo? Izuku sighs. Fine. Aizawa sits up properly, looking Izuku dead in the eye. I'll only reserve the room for you if you swear to do all your training there, for now. Don't go doing dangerous stunts without supervision. Izuku nods and smiles. I'll only train there, Aizawa-sensei. I promise. Thank you. He heads home with an extra skip in his step that day. It felt nice for someone to be worried for him without outright refusing to let him improve himself. After school the next day, Izuku is radiating a manic energy as he WHPS out his notebook in training room G. He looks to his friends with a grin that is slightly too wide. Who wants to talk to me about their quirk first? Uraraka does, apparently. My quirk is called zero gravity. It allows me to remove the gravitational pull of anything that I touch with all 5 fingers. Izuku shakes his head. I don't think that it's that simple, Uraraka-san. A lot of people don't realize how much sense quirks make when you really dig into them. If you completely removed the gravitational pull of whatever you touched, then they wouldn't stop floating up after you touched them. During the entrance exam, I saw that you had several robots floating at the same level, and they weren't going up to space while you touched more. You dropped several robots all at once. I think that your quirk actually lets you manipulate the gravitational pull of anything that you touch. You can totally negate it and reverse it as you showed by helping me and during your own ball toss, but if it works one way, then it should work the other way as well. I want you to try to make the gravitational pull of something stronger. See if you can make something even heavier than it's supposed to be. Izuku hands her a small hand dumbbell that he bought for the sake of this test. It only weighs 5 pounds, but if she can successfully manage it, Uraraka looks vaguely skeptical, but she reaches out to take the dumbbell from him. She clenches her hand, obviously focusing. She startles as her arm jerks downward, but she manages to lift the weight back up. How? I can but... Izuku grins from ear to ear. I knew it. It just didn't make sense for you to be able to float objects without sending them out of the atmosphere, not unless you could control the effect of gravity on anything you touch. You must have unconsciously been increasing the gravitational pull to maintain the object's positions. This opens up so many new applications for your quirk. This is amazing, Izuku-kun. I can't believe that I never realized. Oh, there's so much that I can do with this. Uraraka's face is set into grim determination. She was obviously ready to go plus ultra. She freezes for a moment as what she said caught up to her. Oh, I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun. I was just really excited and... Izuku grinned. You can call me Izuku if you want to. I think that we're good enough friends for that. Uraraka beams at him. You'll have to call me Ochako then. Shinso and Tokoyami look at each other, nervously, suddenly concerned that their entire worldview was about to shift on its axis. As Uraraka goes off to train, Izuku heads over to them. He's literally vibrating with anticipation. Shinso and Tokoyami look a little afraid. Shinso, I've got a lot of things that I want to test with your quirk, but we've got a fairly good idea of how it works. Would you mind if I test a theory with Tokoyami-kun first? Shinso shakes his head. No, go ahead. Izuku turns to Tokoyami. Okay, so one of my questions is more important than the other. Were you born with dark shadow, or did they show up later? I was born a creature of the darkness, yes. Would you mind letting me talk to Dark Shadow about something? Dark Shadow comes out, answering that question. What do you need, Midoriya? How good is your memory? I can remember pretty much anything if I think back on it. Why? Izuku nods. I thought that they might. They don't have the physical brain that might allow them to forget their experiences. Their sentience is very unique. I think that Tokoyami-kun actually has a touch-based mental quirk. Can you remember if he understood you when he was younger? Not when you were talking out loud, of course, but if he could communicate with you telepathically back then? Dark Shadow ponders that question for a minute. He couldn't, actually. We couldn't communicate that way until after he was 4. I just assumed that he was getting better control. Tokoyami's eyes go a little wide. What are you thinking, Midoriya-kun? Izuku nods. You are a chimera. Chimeras are someone who has more than one quirk factor, and they normally only come about when a twin was absorbed in the womb. Dark Shadow is sentient because they're probably your sibling, Tokoyami-kun. I'd bet that they mentally developed alongside you, right? They probably talked like a kid when you were 1. They were 1 too. Chimerism doesn't often manifest in this way, but it does from time to time. Dark Shadow is the one with the shadow manipulation quirk. Their quirk just made it possible for them to manifest themselves outside of your body, so long as they remain attached to you. Your quirk is the reason that the two of you can communicate silently. It's just that you assumed that it would only work on Dark Shadow, and mental quirks require some sort of mental trigger to work, even when they require something like physical contact. I'd ask your parents if they were meant to have twins when you get home. If you don't think that they'd be upset about it anyway. Of course, you can also test it by touching me and trying to see if you can activate your telepathy on someone that isn't Dark Shadow. Both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow look a little thunderstruck at that information, but Tokoyami slowly walks toward Izuku and puts his hand on Izuku's arm. He squints his eyes a little. Suddenly, Izuku feels something. Is this actually working? That almost felt like making a connection with Dark Shadow. It is working, Tokoyami-kun. Oh, this is so useful. And it's such good information to have too. Now everything that you can do makes so much more sense. Do you make changing the way others that understand the world a habit, Midoriya-kun? Most people just don't think beyond the obvious capabilities of their quirk. Since I never had one, I wanted to learn how to really understand them. I just did a lot of research growing up, and then I kept doing it. There are so many papers on quirks that expand on previously assumed capabilities and how they limit their users. It's just like this and Ochako-san's quirk. Most people just assume that those papers study the exception rather than generally the rule. I see. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. I doubt that I ever would have thought to test this. It's no problem, Tokoyami-kun. And you can call me Izuku too if you want. I feel like we're close enough for that. Very well, Izuku-kun. You must call me Fumikage, then. Tokoyami removes his hand from Izuku, and he and Dark Shadow go off to the side to talk some things over. I test if you can have a telepathic connection to multiple people at once, like Dark Shadow and another person. If you want somewhere to start with that, Fumikage-kun. I'll be helping Shinso. At this point, Shinsu's eyebrows have gone way up. Have any world-shattering tests for me, Midoriya? Izuku hums. I do have an idea that I want to test, and it should help you learn some of the limits of your quirk, so? Maybe? Your voice changer is a technology-based one, right? Yes. Okay, so we know that your quirk can snag people through technological filters. That's important information to have. Now, I'm going to step out of the training room really quickly. I want you to call me. We're going to test if you can get control of someone over a phone call. All right. Izuku steps outside of the room, grinning with excitement. He'd been meaning to see the exact parameters of what makes Shinsu's quirk work for quite some time. Mental quirks are so fun to look into. They have so many conditions to work out. Izuku's burner starts to vibrate. He answers the phone. Hey Midoriya, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. Izuku waits for a moment, but nothing happens. My theory might actually hold water here. Yeah, I've got nothing, Midoriya. Any other ideas? Yep. This was actually just a test to see if one of my theories was plausible. I'm going to try a video call this time. Izuku hangs up, and this time he's the one who makes the call. What are you testing, Midoriya? Well, you see, Izuku suddenly finds himself back in that same floaty sensation that he experienced on his first day at UA. The sensation ends as quickly as it begins, though. Why'd it work this time? Both tests were through a phone. Izuku beams. I thought that it might be something like this. Hold on, I'll come explain in person. He hangs up and runs back to training room G. Okay, so what was that all about, Midoriya? You're even more like Eraserhead than you might have thought, Shinso. Shinsu's face gets red at that. Really? What do you mean? Your quirk relies on you being able to see your target. It might rely on them being able to see you, too, though there's an easy way to test that. The video call was to test if your quirk could work with sight through things like screens or goggles. You're going to want to lean even more into your mini Eraserhead aesthetic, what with your dark purple jumpsuit and a black voice changer in place of a capture weapon, and get some protective goggles. Night vision wouldn't hurt, either. If other people realize this, then the first thing that they'll go for is your eyes. Unlike Aizawa-sensei, you appear to be able to use your quirk when you see someone without needing to rely on your eyes alone. It's why his goggles are designed with the slots in them. He can't use his quirk through completely closed-off goggles. I never would have even thought of that, Midoriya. Izuku is fine, Shinso. And that's all right, I'm here to help you after all. We'll be co-workers in the future, and I want all of you to be able to do your best. Hitoshi, then. Would you mind testing that other theory of yours? By turning around or something and seeing if I can still control you? Because that would be a very big limit that I need to work around, if that's the case. Izuku turns around. I don't mind testing it at all, Hitoshi. How do you think of all of this? Probably because I was obsessed with Dash. It took a bit longer for him to fall under Shinso's control this time, but it did work in the end. Shinso released him. It took a bit more effort that time. Any ideas on why that is? Izuku turns back around. I think it's because your brainwashing is actually a really strong form of hypnosis. I mean, that's basically what brainwashing is, but that also suggests that it's possible for someone to break out of it if they try hard enough. Answering your questions gives you the opportunity to snag control, but it's not quite that straightforward. It works better when someone has eye contact with you. Probably because your psychic energy is mainly around your eyes and mouth, so your target looking at you makes them even more suggestible. I guess so. I think that I'm going to go run through some hand-to-hand forms. I've had enough world-changing discoveries for one day. Izuku watches Shinso go with a smile on his face. Well, I guess it's time for me to start working at it. Let's start those balance exercises. Izuku sets up his ropes, only a few feet off of the ground for the sake of safety, and begins to practice walking across them. He's a bit wobbly, but he'll get back into the practice. They all leave UA feeling much better about their potential that day. When Fumikage gets home, he decides that he needs to know for sure. If Izuku was right about everything, then his parents would probably want to know. Mother? Father? His mom looks up at him. She had been reading on the couch. What is it, chick? His father also peeks his head out of the kitchen, where he'd been working on dinner. Do you need something, Fumikage? Was I supposed to have a twin? They both looked so shocked at his question that Fumikage knew, for certain, that Izuku had been right. How did you know, chick? Fumikage repeats what Izuku had told him. When Dark Shadow peeks out of him afterward, his mother sounds like she might burst into tears. Dark Shadow. I'm so sorry that we didn't know sooner. I failed you. Dark Shadow shakes their head. Don't worry. I don't think that anyone but Izuku would have ever noticed, really. He's super smart. I like him. His father tilts his head. Who's Izuku? Fumikage answers for Dark Shadow. He's one of my classmates. He is helping me and a couple more of our classmates train for the sports festival. He was the one who suggested that Dark Shadow might actually have been my twin, thus making my quirk so complex through chimerism. Father's quirk explains Dark Shadow's quirk, but do we have any telepaths in the family? His mom nods. My father had a telepathy quirk, are you telling me that? Dark Shadow's own quirk is the reason that they can manifest as they can. My quirk is a form of touch-based telepathy, but I never thought of trying to activate it on anyone except Dark Shadow before. I was able to test it out a bit today. We're going to test if it can work on multiple people at once, too, but so far it looks promising. Uraraka-san and I could both communicate alongside Dark Shadow, and she could hear both my own and their thoughts. It could be useful for distributing information without risking being overheard. With Dark Shadow by my side, no one would ever expect me to actually have such a subtle quirk either. Both of his parents look surprised at that information. His father speaks up. You're going to have to let us meet this Izuku kid, son. It sounds like we need to thank him. Dark Shadow, do you want a name of your own? Beyond what you were given as a quirk name, that is. It doesn't feel right to just keep calling you that. Dark Shadow shakes their head. No. I like the name that Fumi gave me. It'd feel weird to suddenly get a new one. Fumikage and his family talk until it grows late enough for him to retire to his room. It was clear to see that his mother and father would be including Dark Shadow more in their family from now on. It made both him and Dark Shadow very happy. The preparation time very quickly ran out, and before Izuku knew it, it was the day before the sports festival. He, Shinso, Tokoyami, and Uraraka had all agreed to take the day off, mostly to save their energy for the next day, and the four of them were all meeting up at Cake My Day. Izuku was glad that Shinso got to come this time, even if Ida and Azui were busy doing their own thing. Izuku was the last one to get there, and he joined their table after getting a coffee. Hey everyone. Thanks for waiting for me. I'm sorry that it took a bit longer than I expected. Shinso waved his hand. Don't worry about it, Izuku. After all of your help, waiting an extra 5 minutes is literally the least that we can do. Izuku flushes, but Uraraka nods eagerly. Yeah, Izuku-kun, we've done so much over these past couple of weeks. I doubt that I would have thought to do more than work on my weight limit and using my quirk on myself, alone. You've helped us so much. Tokoyami nods too. Indeed. Things between Dark Shadow and I have only gotten easier, and our parents have started to treat them as the individual that they are, too. You've improved both my understanding of my quirk, well, quirks really, and our family dynamics. My parents want to meet you at some point. You're all so nice to me. Are we still going with our plan? It's understandable if you don't want to, you know. Uraraka grins, looking all fiercely determined again. I don't care about the placing, Izuku-kun. Working together will be the last thing that people expect us to do. We'll all get to the finals, since you were the one that told us about how the events are always structured, and that's when we'll start competing against one another. Not a moment sooner. Let's get as many of us up on the podium as possible. Shinso and Tokoyami agreed with her, and Izuku's smile couldn't get any wider. They were going to take the sports festival and world by storm. On the morning of the sports festival, Izuku is vibrating with anticipation. He and the rest of his classmates are in the prep room, and while he is a bit bummed that he can't wear his costume, Izuku is glad that they're allowed to wear the shoes from them. I know that the shoe rule was mostly put into place for students like Ashido-san, who have a quirk that could tear through their clothes, but if it means that I get a slight advantage, I'll take it. May had given him a little something extra for his boots. They definitely prove useful here, and they weren't modified enough for them to be considered a support item. Ida is tense with nerves. Is everyone ready? The sports festival is about to start. Thankfully, everyone seems to be. Izuku is mentally reciting his speech when Todoroki starts to walk over to him. Midoriya-kun. HM? What is it, Todoroki-kun? Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you. If you consider the typical standard, then you and most of the class. You don't know about me yet, though. You're not wrong. All Might's watching you, isn't he? I'm not going to pry into why that is, but I'll defeat you. Todoroki-kun has really gotten the wrong idea from my interactions with All Might. Kirishima walks over to both of them, but he's focused on Todoroki. Hey man, don't go picking fights now. We're all about to go out there. I don't care. I'm not pretending to be anyone's friend here. That isolationist attitude is really going to get you into trouble here, Todoroki-kun. Todoroki-kun, I'm not sure why you felt the need to bring a declaration of war to me. Objectively, you have a lot more raw power than I do, I know that. I have technique, but without my gear I'm at a pretty distinct disadvantage. That being said, I'm not here to become the #1 hero, but I am here to spread a message today. I won't lose to you. What I need to do is far too important. Some of his classmates look confused by that, but the ones who know, they understand exactly what Izuku means. Everyone, thank you for the support that you've given me so far. To those of you who didn't know, I hope that you still have faith in your class rep after this. Izuku steals himself. His classmates all get together, and they walk out into the roaring stadium as one. It's time for the UA Sports Festival. The one time each year where our young heroes compete to prove themselves on a national stage. You can do this, Izuku. Present Mike is just hyping up the crowd. Stay calm. Stay focused. Our first class. You all know them. They're the rising stars who brushed off a villain attack like it was nothing. The Hero Course Class 1A. He's really gassing us up too much. Come on, Present Mike, don't make the other classes hate us. Following them is the Hero Course Class 1B. Then classes 1C, 1D, and 1E for General Studies. Support courses 1F, 1G, and 1H are after them. And of course there are the business course students. A little biased there, are we? Well, Present Mike probably just knows that the audience won't really care about those outside of the hero course. Well, if May sticks to her part of the plan, then they'll certainly notice her. Midnight steps out onto the stage with a crack of her WHP. Okay, here it comes. Now for our opening speech. Your student representative, Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. Izuku takes in a shaky breath, and he can see Bakugo's head WHP over to stare at him, incredulously. What the F-Deku? Izuku ignores him and gets up on the stage. There are so many people here. It's honestly terrifying to think that even more are watching the live broadcast. Izuku has made it so far, though, and he's got to use this platform while he has it. Before I really get into what I want to say, I just want to let all of my fellow students, whether they're from general education, management, support, or heroics courses, know that I hope they can reach the goals that they set for themselves today. Izuku closes his eyes for a moment, but when he opens them, they are hard with determination. Now, I want to talk to all of you about something, and when I say all of you, I mean that I want to talk to my fellow students, my teachers, everyone in this stadium, and the people watching this live. If you had asked anyone who knew me before I got into UA if they thought that I could have even had a chance of standing up here today, then they would have said no. And I can see you all asking yourselves, why would they say no? I'll answer that question for you. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I am quirkless. There is an outburst of noise surrounding Izuku, and he can see the confusion and shock on the faces of his classmates who hadn't known before. Izuku waits for the crowds to start quieting down. When they do, he clears his throat and continues. I've been told my entire life that I could never amount to anything. I was told that I was an unwanted drain on our society's resources, and that was destined to live a life that meant nothing. I've already proven them all wrong by standing up here today. That's why, from this moment forward, everything that I accomplish here isn't for me. It's for the quirkless people who have started to believe in what everyone in this society says about them. It's for the people with quirks that society deems too weak to be of use. It's for the people with quirks that our society decided are better suited to villainy. It's even for the people who do have powerful quirks. The people that our society pressures into careers that they don't want, and all for the sake of using their power. Everything that I do from this moment forward is for the sake of creating change. For the sake of creating a world where someone's worth isn't based solely on the power that they wield. For the sake of creating heroes that care more about the people they're saving than their rank. Be the person that you want to be. Izuku raises his fist to the sky, tears pooling in his eyes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The crowd explodes. In his college dorm room, Natsuo Todoroki watches the TV with a slack jaw. He had only really tuned in to watch his baby brother compete, but this? I can't believe that someone has actually gone and done it. A kid in my baby brother's class is going to be the first quirkless hero. This is amazing. He could really change things for us. Watching that kid speak gave Natsuo a hope that he hadn't had in years. Maybe, by the time that he graduates, he won't only be allowed to attend medical school because of his last name. In an old rundown bar within the Kamino ward, Shigaraki Tamura laughs, and laughs, and laughs. He watches Dikairu, who he now knows is Midoriya Izuku, on the stage, and a grin stretches across his entire face. It looks like you really are going to be an interesting one, Midoriya Izuku. Dabi is in a small, dingy bar in Yokohama when he sees it. He had decided to go somewhere where he could watch the sports festival, probably because some small part of him wanted to see if his baby brother had managed to make it through their father's training without becoming just like Endeavor, but he's shocked into silence when the green-haired kid on the screen starts talking. A quirkless hero, huh? The old man must hate that. Stick it to the FNG system, kid. At least I know that someone is fighting how things are run. Maybe it was time for him to start fighting too. In Hosu, the hero killer, Stain stands outside of an old alleyway technology shop, frozen in front of their display television. The volume was on, likely in an attempt to draw in curious customers. He's been standing there for the past several minutes, and he continues to watch, transfixed, as Midoriya Izuku steps off the stage, crying for all the world to see. Despite his emotional state, the child clearly has determination lining every inch of his body. Stain's plans begin to, ever so slightly, shift. That kid. If I'm just slightly more selective about what heroes I target, then maybe I can help him kickstart that change. He could succeed where I failed. He could really change the system. Ingenium may have an excess of sidekicks, and while I don't think that heroes should be paid, it's not right to treat those who work just as hard to keep things running as less than the heroes that they work for. But he doesn't really keep them from going solo either. I would have left him alive anyway. Stain goes on the prowl. He knows that Native is supposed to be patrolling today. In the Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters, Benika Ahina, president of the HPSC, glared at the television screen before her. Midoriya Izuku is going to be trouble. We're going to need to keep an eye on him. That kid had all the makings of someone who could start riots, and Benika wasn't going to relinquish her power so easily. In a small, cold apartment, Inko Midoriya sees. Her child had been getting much too confident lately that school was only going to get him hurt. I mean, look at him. He's standing up there and making these grand declarations with absolutely nothing to back it up. They're going to eat him alive. Every small object in the room starts to rattle. I'll just have to teach Izuku his lesson myself, then. That school certainly isn't going to do it. Midnight silences the crowd with another crack of the WHP. Yes, that was a very rousing speech, but we don't have time for delay. It's time for the first event. Izuku, Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Shinso stay close to one another, eager to see what mass elimination event will be used this year. The qualifying round for this year is going to be an obstacle course. Yes. This is the ideal scenario. There are so many ways to cooperate with one another in an event like this. It's a race between every member of all 11 classes. The course is 4 kilometers long and loops around the stadium itself. Of course, UA is all about encouraging creative thinking. Everything is fair game so long as you remain on the course. Everyone, to their positions. Izuku is so ready for this. Uraraka and Shinso are sticking close to one another, mostly because she's planning to help him get past through the first event without making him reveal his quirk. Her weight limit has increased enough that she feels comfortable using her quirk on herself, and she won't be using her quirk to lift tons of robots like in the entrance exam. Izuku had also found that her nausea was triggered due to the sensation of lessened gravity, and if Uraraka makes herself have a stronger gravitational pull after using her quirk to lighten several things, then most of the side effects are negated. She can still overdo it, but it's much harder for her to do so now. Izuku stands next to Tokoyami, and the two nod to one another. They, alongside Dark Shadow, are going to help one another when needed. Start. Izuku darts forward, Tokoyami at his side, but the starting gate is obviously meant to be another obstacle. Suddenly, the air around them grows colder, and Izuku knows what's about to happen. He and Tokoyami look at one another, and when ice shoots out to cover the ground beneath them, they are already up in the air. A bunch of students from the other classes get caught in Todoroki's attack, but 1A was ready for him. Tokoyami is being pushed up by Dark Shadow. Izuku jumps and clicks the heels of his boots together to eject his ice spikes out of his treads, and he notices Uraraka and Shinso just barely floating above the ground before she drops them back down. Izuku's grin is feral. You're too predictable, Todoroki-kun. You'll have to try harder than that. He really would. Looking back, Izuku can see that a fair few made it past Todoroki's attack with little problem. Izuku turns the corner with the group of students who made it through, and he would have frozen if he wasn't so used to being in terrifying situations. Present Mick's voice cuts through the entire stadium. It wouldn't be an obstacle course without the obstacles. First up is the Robo Inferno. The 0-pointers, seriously? I never wanted to see one of those ugly things again. It's not like Izuku had access to his taser here. This was a bit excessive. Then again, excessive is practically UA's motto. Izuku almost chokes when he sees Todoroki just casually freeze himself a pathway between the robots. He really does have a mind for strategy though. The way that they're frozen is dash, the robots crash down behind Todoroki. One as Todoroki just rushes through. And sabotaging the others at the same time. This guy is ice cold. Izuku is immensely relieved to see that the only students who had gotten buried by the fallen robots could both withstand that hit. Seriously, they have similar teeth and quirks? I was mostly joking before, but is Kirishima-kun really related to that guy? Bakugo blasts his way over the top of the arena, and Izuku can see that Tokoyami and Dark Shadow have an idea. He decides to quickly grab a broken piece of robot from Todoroki's fallen 0-pointers. It could come in handy later. We're going up, Izuku. Hold on. Dark Shadow grabs the top of one of the robots with one arm, and they grab Izuku with the other. I'm glad that Dark Shadow was amenable to practicing maneuvers with multiple people during the daytime. At least this panel isn't too heavy. Tokoyami looks over to Bakugo, and Izuku sees Shiro use his tape to go over the robots too. We'll be following in your wake. Bakugo sneers at Izuku. Leeching off of others, huh Deku? Can't you do anything on your own? There's no rules against cooperation, Bakugo. It's more important for me to make it to the final round than it is for me to go it alone out of stubborn pride. Don't concern yourself over him, Izuku-kun. Prepare for landing, Dark Shadow. Got it, Fumi? Hold on, Izuku. They both touch down and start running, Izuku starting to pull ahead a bit due to his experience in running. The panel isn't heavy enough to really slow him down. He tries to hang back so that he can help his friend, but Tokoyami isn't having that. Go forth, Izuku-kun. Whether we catch up to you or not, Dark Shadow and I will ensure that we join you in the next round. Izuku nods. Right? Thank you, Fumikage-kun. As Izuku makes his way forward, he hears Aizawa start speaking over the stadium speakers. His voice is such a direct contrast to present mix that Izuku couldn't help but focus on it. Class 1A has learned not to hesitate. They know exactly what they're up against out there, and each and every one of them has grown from that experience and that fear. When Izuku gets to the next obstacle, he finds himself absurdly grateful for all his rope balance practice. It was mostly for the sake of better overall balance, but being able to walk across a rope doesn't seem so excessive now, does it? If you think that the first obstacle was easy, then how are you feeling about the second? If you fall, then you're out. Are you all ready to try your hands at the fall? Azui has no issues crawling across the tightrope, and Izuku grins as he sees Mei preparing to make her way across. She smiles and flashes him a thumbs up. Ashido gapes at Mei. Is she allowed to have all of that? Mei turns back to her. Well, everyone in the hero course has battle training. To make things as fair as possible, those in the support courses can bring whatever gear they want if they made it themselves. For us, this is an excellent opportunity for advertising our wares. And before Ashido could even begin to respond, Mei shot one of her grappling hooks and activated her jet boots, flinging herself across the chasms at a remarkable speed. Izuku shakes his head and starts making his way across himself. It's a bit risky with the panel, but he holds it out like an oddly shaped balancing pole. Izuku tunes out the world around him and slowly, but steadily, makes his way to the minefield. He sees Tokoyami making his way forward, and Uraraka and Shinso got there pretty quickly after she floated the both of them across the last obstacle. Izuku needs to think of something quick if he wants to catch up. He looks at the mines, and then he looks at his robot panel. Izuku grins. It took some time to get together, but Izuku carefully dug up a pile of mines with the hunk of metal. He jumped on them with the panel between himself and the mines, and Izuku soared. What's this? One as Midoriya is gaining ground fast. Izuku rides the metal panel, grinning manically all the while. I even got enough air to get past Bakugo and Todoroki. This is even better than I had hoped for. Get back here, Deku. Izuku feels himself start to list forward, coming off of the metal panel. I'm losing too much momentum. I need to do something. Izuku grabs the wire of his panel after he starts to separate from it midair. As Bakugo and Todoroki start to reach him, Izuku flips and swings the panel down, triggering the mines near them. He flies forward, and both Bakugo and Todoroki are caught in the blast. Look at Midoriya blasting away the competition. What are you teaching these kids, Eraserhead? Aizawa sounds exhausted. This one came like that, Mike? Izuku keeps running, and he honestly can't believe it. What a shake-up. The first one back in the stadium is one as Quirkless Wonder, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku lays down on the ground, desperately trying to catch his breath. His classmates follow behind him, one after the other, and they all wind up making it in the end. Uraraka, Shinso, and Tokoyami all came up to where he was laying down. Shinso immediately moved to lay down beside him. Uraraka was the first one to start talking, after discreetly making herself a bit heavier and easing her nausea. That was amazing, Izuku-kun. You were so resourceful. You really showed all the people who might have doubted you after that speech, huh? Shinso chuckles. He sure did. How long have you been sitting on that speech, Izuku? You definitely had it planned. Izuku flushes. I've been working on it since I got my acceptance letter, honestly. They told me that I was the top scorer, so I knew that I'd have to do it. Mostly because I studied a bunch of the old sports festival footage for practice in quirk analysis. Tokoyami laughs, and Izuku startles when he realizes that he's never actually heard him laugh before. Only you, Izuku-kun. So the next event is definitely going to be some sort of team event, correct? Izuku smiles. Yup. Every year they have different events, but the overall setup is the same. Are you sure that you're okay going off on your own, Hitoshi? Hitoshi nods. I've got a plan, don't worry. I'll make sure you guys maintain first from the shadows. It'll be better for me to not draw too much attention to myself here. But thanks for helping, Hitoshi. Good luck with getting your team together. Shinso smirks at him. You're all going to knock them dead. They'll never see it coming. And that's the end of the first round. The top 42 students will move to the next event, but those who scored lower will still have an opportunity to show what they've got during the recreational games. Keep your heads up, kiddies. Izuku waves Mei over, and she joins their group with enthusiasm. I already knew that they'd have their eyes on you after you gave the opening speech, Greenie-kun. I didn't expect that you'd get first too, though. This is definitely the best way to advertise my babies. Izuku smiles. You brought the smoke pellets, didn't you? Of course. I know that they'll help out Dark Shadow here. There's still the last resort, right? Yep. We want to give your inventions time to shine too, Hatsum-san. Plus, it's a good plan for if we get cornered. We don't want to waste the element of surprise. Midnight cracks her WHP again. Now, we're moving on to the second event. It's going to be a cavalry battle. Azui tilts her head. So we're teaming up? How? They always allow teams of up to 4 or 5 in events like this, so I can guess. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 people, and they'll get into a horse and rider formation. The rules aren't much different from an ordinary cavalry battle. You need to take your opponent's headbands while protecting your own. However, each of you have a point value assigned to you depending on how you placed in the last event. 42nd place gets 5 points, 41st gets 10, and so on. Of course, first place is worth 10 million points. Izuku only squares his shoulders after hearing that. He knew, of course, from watching prior sports festivals that something like this would happen to first place. It just made defending their points the priority. The match will last 15 minutes, and the points of each team are decided by the total worth of their members. The rider wears the headband that displays their team's points. They all have to be around your neck or higher, but it'll be difficult to manage them if you get too many. Finally, even if your headband is stolen or your formation is broken, it's not over until the time runs out. Well, we won't have to worry about having too many headbands, at least. We just need to try to keep the other teams away. It's too big of a risk to try going after others with my points. Quirks are allowed, so this is going to be brutal. That being said, attacking another team with the intent of breaking their formation is still a red card. Play by the rules, or you'll be out. You have 15 minutes to choose your teams. Time starts now. Izuku grins. It was a good thing that they had planned for this. Meanwhile, Hitoshi finds himself walking over to find a select few 1B students. Hatsum had told them about some of the quirks from students that she had worked on gear for, and he had a couple ideas for a stealth-based team that would both help Izuku keep his spot and ensure that his own team made it through. He gives Minoma a 2-fingered salute. Yo, Minoma. Do you want to team up? Minoma w's back around to glare at him. And why would I team up with someone from 1A? Hitoshi smirks. Because a support corps student has helped me put together the perfect team for this. It'll be a madhouse around Izuku's team, but if we're stealthy and go for second place, you and 2 other classmates from 1B will have a guaranteed spot in the final event. Minoma squints. I'm listening. So, Hitoshi tells him his plan, and Minoma's smirk slowly grows wider. Minoma goes to retrieve Hitoshi's first picks for the 2 other members, who thankfully weren't on a team yet, and they begin to plot. Those fools will never see it coming. Your 15 minutes are up, kiddies. It's time to get this thing started. Izuku grins from his place on top of the formation, and he adjusts the jetpack that Hatsum fitted him up with. As he looks over the crowds of students, Izuku can see that Shinso got the ideal team setup that they had in mind. This is perfect. We assumed that all of the Hero Corps students would make it to the second event, but there was really no guarantee of that or of them agreeing to team up with Hitoshi. They're not going to be flashy, but they don't need to be for this to work. Shinso makes up the front horse of his team, taking advantage of his height to help shield Tokage, their rider, from the front. Monoma is the left horse, and his closeness to 3 teammates with stealthy quirks that he can copy makes him even more versatile than he normally is. Lastly, Yanagi is the right horse, and her telekinesis quirk is perfect for subtly taking bans from people when they aren't paying attention. Of course, Tokoyami being their front horse was also very important for their team. He had to be touching every single one of them, and his familiarity with speaking with Dark Shadow telepathically only enhanced his abilities over the years, even if he didn't know that at the time. Their team wouldn't need to say a word out loud throughout this whole thing. Yo, Eraser! It's time to wake up. All the little listeners have their teams and strategies ready. I'm seeing some interesting teams down there. Let's do this, everyone. All 4 of Izuku's teammates mentally shout as one. They really did have an unfair advantage here. People didn't realize that they had an extra member. Start. Immediately, most of the other teams began to rush Izuku's team, and he focuses. Izuku sees Tetsu's team approaching, and he moves to start up their jetpack. Thankfully, the spray gauntlets that Hatsum made for him didn't impede his ability to hit the jetpack's power button. The filled canisters for his gauntlets weigh heavily on his thighs, but at least he doesn't have to run with them. Thank you for the information, Hatsum-san. We can't afford to get caught up in Hananuki-kun's quirk. Ochako-san, are you ready to lighten us? No problem, Greenie-kun.
Yep.
Let's fly, Izuku-kun. Izuku and his team lift off, and just in time too. He can see a slight wobble to the ground that they just left, and Izuku hears the indignation in Tetsu's voice. A jetpack? It must belong to that support chick. After them. Hagikure's team goes after them next, but Dark Shadow is able to smack away Jiraiya's earlobes with ease. Thank you, Dark Shadow. We appreciate your vigilance. No problem, Fumi. I've got your backs. We need to land, Izuku-kun. We don't want to eat up the jetpack's fuel too early. I'm not sure how long I'd be able to keep you all up. That's fine, Ochako-san. Start increasing our gravitational pull. I'll ease off the jetpack. They slowly begin to approach the ground, and Uraraka activates her borrowed pair of jet boots to ease their landing. It was smart of Ochako-san to activate her quirk on everyone but herself. She doesn't weigh enough to keep us from carrying her up with us, and it makes it less likely for her to get nauseous by the end of this. Thanks, Izuku-kun. Alright. They can all hear you. Focus, Izuku. Hagikure WHPS over to look at them the second that they land, but Izuku notices that something is missing. We've got to go after them. Satu is the first one on her team to notice. Wait, where's our headband? Izuku glimpses over to Shinsu's team. They're fairly easy to spot with his unique hair color and height, and grins at the smug expression on all of their faces. Tokage laughs at Satu's bewilderment. You'll have to be more careful than that. There was chaos after that, and more teams began to break off to fight among one another. Shinso and his team were crafty about it, and Izuku was so proud to see their strategy paying off. Shinso kept catching the horses in his quirk, making them stay in place until their teammates figured out that they needed to be nudged into awareness. Yanagi was using her telekinesis to snatch bans from other teams, especially the ones that had multiple bans who wouldn't notice right away. Monoma was alternating between Shinsu's and Yanagi's quirks, and any of their team's lost headbands were regained by him just as quickly. After all, no one expects Shinsu's quirk from him. Lastly, Tokage was cleverly utilizing her quirk to split her body apart any time that someone tried to go for their bands. They all had to remain on her neck or above, but she tied them over one another, in layers, on her head. That wouldn't be a smart idea for anyone else, but her quirk allowed her to telekinetically shoot her own head above reaching hands. There was a lot of confusion as they sowed chaos around them, mostly because they didn't even need to get close to another team to steal their headbands from them. It's only been 2 minutes, folks, but the battle has already become chaotic. Everyone is scrambling to get a hold of headbands, and they're realizing that the other high scorers are worth going for as well. Dark Shadow is fighting off Tetsu's team, who for some reason don't try to soften the ground beneath them again when Shuji comes barreling forward. Izuku squints at him, realizing exactly why his arms were folded in the way that they were. Guys, we need to lift off. Shuji has at least one person hidden in the tent his arms are making. On it, Izuku-kun. Uraraka lightens their team members just in time. As they take to the air, they just barely dodge Azui's tongue. Aoyama's laser follows, and it hits Tetsu's team. This has the two teams fighting one another while Izuku's relocates to another area of the arena. Look at that, folks. Team Azui uses the various sizes of their members to form more of a tank than a horse formation. Before they can land again, Izuku hears the one thing that he really doesn't want to: explosions. You must be feeling so smug right now, huh, Deku? Bakugo aims his hand directly at Izuku. Dark Shadow. On it, Izuku. Dark Shadow blocks the explosion, but he gets a bit smaller as a result. Bakugo is caught by Siro's tape, and he's dragged back into their formation. Huh? Is leaving your formation like that legal? Midnight gives a thumbs up. It is, on a technicality. You're good as long as your feet don't touch the ground. Izuku tunes out the commentary once more, focusing on ensuring that his team doesn't lose their headband. 5 minutes later, Present Mix's shocked voice cuts through his focus. What's this? It's 7 minutes in, and one as not doing too well other than Midoriya. What happened to Bakugo's points? Shinso and his team had really gone and done it. Monoma had copied Yanagi's quirk and pulled Bakugo's headband straight to them. Izuku almost couldn't believe that Monoma had agreed to steal Bakugo's headband, considering that it meant Bakugo would be doggedly pursuing them the rest of the match, but Monoma also probably wanted to prove a point to Bakugo, so maybe it's not that surprising after all. It was smart of 1B to hold back in the first round, and Monoma's clearly got a mind for strategy. I'm just glad that he's content to leave our team alone. Indeed. I had my doubts that Shinsukuin could win them over, but I am glad to see that he succeeded. Suddenly, Izuku and his team were faced with their biggest threat. Todoroki locked eyes with him, fiercely determined. We're going to get those 10 million points, Midoriya-kun. As if that wasn't bad enough, many of the teams that were now missing their headbands to Team Tokage started to go after the 10 million points too. This isn't going to end without a fight, Izuku-kun. They're all determined to get a hold of the 10 million points. I know, Fumikage-kun. Wait, what are they doing? Izuku watches on as Yaoyorozu produces an insulator sheet for Todoroki's team, and he feels horror rising within him. Kaminari-kun. I've got it, Todoroki-kun. Kaminari started to spark electricity, and Izuku had never moved so quickly in his life. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million dash. Izuku blasts the vegetable oil within his gauntlets at Kaminari, completely coating Kaminari in the insulator, before he can release his attack upon everyone. What? Kaminari just seems confused, and Izuku realizes that he has no idea what he almost did. Todoroki manages to freeze the team surrounding them while they froze in bewilderment, likely surprised that vegetable oil could render Kaminari's quirk null, but Izuku isn't going to remain silent about this. He wasn't going to yell so loud that the microphones picked it up, but Kaminari needed to know. Kaminari-kun, what were you thinking? I'm so glad that Hatsum-san made this. Don't you realize that the average person can only safely withstand about 50 volts of electricity before it becomes lethal? This is only a competition, dude. Kaminari seemed shocked by that, as if he hadn't realized before. Within seconds, he looks like he's going to be sick. Wouldn't he know that by now? I mean, he said that he had fought people at the USJ. Oh no. Dark Shadow screeches angrily, swooping forward to grab at Todoroki's headband. They were initially blocked by Yaoyorozu creating a shield, but they relentlessly drive Todoroki's team back a few paces. Kaminari is trembling, obviously freaked out by his nearly fatal mistake. Todoroki uses his ice to create an enclosed arena for them to fight in, locking out the other contestants. He makes a serious error in his construction. Everyone, Stall for as long as possible, okay? We can keep him from reaching us even within this arena. We plan to be a mobile team. Be ready to deploy our last resort at any moment, though. You've got it, Greenie-kun. My babies have gotten plenty of screen time, so I'll have the smoke pellets ready to go at any time. I'm ready to do what we practiced, Izuku. This will really get everyone's attention. It sure will, Dark Shadow. I'll be ready to lighten you all at a moment's notice. Excellent, Uraraka-san. Let us allow them to bear witness to our mad banquet of darkness. They were ready. There's only about a minute left now. When Todoroki created his arena, we all thought that he'd snatch that headband in an instant. But 5 minutes later, Team Midoriya is still standing strong. And hey, what's with that synchronization? I haven't heard anyone from Team Midoriya talking to each other at all. The jetpack is out of fuel now. We're not going to be able to take off with this thing anymore. It was smart for us to stay where other teams couldn't reach us, but if Todoroki's team tries anything, are you all ready for the plan? Yeah. I've got you all, Izuku. Are you ready, Uraraka? I am, Dark Shadow. Let's crush this. Everyone. In the minute or so that we have left, I have something that I can do, but afterward I'll basically be useless. It'll be up to the rest of you then. Oida-kun, don't talk about secret plans so loudly. We're not far away enough that we can't hear you. Hatsum-san. It's time. For the smoke pellets. Roger, Greenie-kun. Dark Shadow completely surrounds Tokoyami, and Uraraka makes them all lightweight, including herself this time. Hatsum throws several smoke pellets around them. Smoke begins to spread around their isolated arena, and Ida obviously notices it. He's too late though. Over torque dash. Dark Shadow grows huge and then they all fly. Recipro burst. Ida rushes into the smoke where they were before, but they were no longer there. Todoroki looked up, and even he appeared shocked. For a few seconds, fire sparked to life on his left side. What? Eraser, what is that? You see, Izuku and his friends had been practicing a maneuver involving Dark Shadow for quite some time. Tokoyami had told them all about how Dark Shadow could act as a physical armor for him, and that was how this idea was born. Now, in front of all of Japan, Dark Shadow had grown from the darkness spread by the smoke pellets to absurd proportions. They were flapping their shadowy arms as wings, and with Uraraka virtually removing everyone's weight, Dark Shadow could fly them all around the arena with no issue. Izuku was sitting on Dark Shadow's back, much like their original formation, and Uraraka and Hatsum now joined him there. Midoriya trained for the sports festival with some of his friends. My guess is that he studied past events and realized that there would be a team event at some point. They planned for this. Even Hatsum brought gear specifically designed to counter particular students that could give their team trouble. Dark Shadow screeches in victory, and they all fly around the arena in laps. Izuku raises both of his arms into the air, and he starts to laugh. It felt like freedom. And that's time. Izuku's team makes their way back down to the ground, and Uraraka centers herself immediately after they land. Izuku looks over to see a fuming Bakugo. Looking at the scoreboard, Izuku can see why. In first place, keeping the 10 million points for the entire match, Team Midoriya. In second, we have Team Tokage with 1,675 points. Third place is Team Todoroki with 1,160 points. Fourth place is Team Bakugo with 960 points. These four teams will be competing in the next event. Bakugo must have gotten his headband back from Tokage-san, and another one too. Hitoshi's team would have gotten it back if Bakugo didn't manage it at the very end. His entire team is celebrating, and that's why they don't initially notice Todoroki walking up to him. Midoriya-kun. Do you mind if we have a word in private? Izuku nods and follows behind Todoroki. So, what did you want to talk about, Todoroki-kun? We won't have time to eat if we stand around for too long. Izuku couldn't help but be a little nervous. Todoroki just looked so serious. He seemed really upset about something too. You surprised me, Midoriya-kun. So much so that I broke a promise that I made to myself. Todoroki clenches his fist. There's something about you. The way that you inspire the people around you, despite having no quirk of your own. You speak, and everyone around you listens to what you have to say. You work so hard, as if you have something chasing behind you demanding that you make progress. Todoroki looked him dead in the eye. Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child, or something? Things seemed tense between the two of you, but I know something about the pressure of having a parent at the top that expects great things of you. Oh, Todoroki-kun, you're actually kind of socially dense, aren't you? No, that isn't it at all, Todoroki-kun. I met All Might once before UA, and things didn't go well, is all. He's apologized for it and I'm trying to move on from what he said, but well, I can't really blame him. Most people think the idea of a quirkless hero is absurd. Todoroki's eyes narrow. I see, so that's what it was. As you know, my father is Endeavor. He is also not exactly as he presents himself to the public. Oh no. I didn't like Endeavor before, but this sounds like it's going to be bad. My father. He's an awful person who only cares about power. He's done everything that he can to become a stronger hero, but he knew that he couldn't ever defeat All Might as he was, so he came up with another plan. OF dash. You're kidding me. Midoriya-kun, have you heard about quirk marriages? Izuku was going to be sick. Todoroki continued talking. They became a major problem around the second and third generation after quirks had appeared. Individuals with powerful quirks would have arranged marriages, almost always without the other party's consent, solely for the purpose of passing on an enhanced version of their own power. My father has a lot of money and power, and he convinced my mother's family to marry her to him. All because he wanted to use her quirk to counterbalance his quirk's problem with overheating. He's raised me as a hero solely to fulfill his own ambitions. I hate being a tool for him. How can I get away with killing Endeavor? I feel like I need to be killing Endeavor. As far back as I can remember, my mother was always crying. I can't bear to look at that left side of yours, is what she said, right before pouring boiling water on my face. It's not a birthmark. This is so effed up, what the F dash? So, I swore that I would never use my left side. It may not have been in combat exactly, but you still brought flames out of me when I swore that I would never use his disgusting quirk. If I succeed as a hero without using his quirk, then I'll have denied him everything. Todoroki-kun, I appreciate you telling me. If I'm honest, I've never really liked Endeavor. He's exactly the kind of hero that I'm trying to keep out of the industry by doing what I am. That being said, if it makes you feel better, I don't think that you have your father's quirk. Not even on your left side. Well, it's literally split in halves. How could I not have my father's quirk? Izuku fidgets with his hands. I've always studied a lot about quirks, mostly to make up for the fact that I didn't have one. I guess that I thought that if I could understand enough about how they worked. Anyway, your fire, from the little that I could see, didn't come from within you, not really. You can't just set the air on fire, either. There aren't enough impurities to burn without it going out really quickly. Most ice quirks, at least the ones that don't come from within someone, are actually caused by someone emitting a refrigerant and freezing the water that is already in the atmosphere. It's why your skin isn't resistant to ice. Your quirk is meant to freeze things at a distance, so ice-proof skin was never a necessary evolution. I'm pretty sure that your quirk is some mutation of your mother's. You probably emit some type of perfluorocarbons, or PFCs for short. There are several of those that are both refrigerants and flammable, so I'm almost positive that the way your quirk actually works isn't how it was registered. They just saw your parents and assumed. Todoroki looks poleaxed. Do you really think so? Something in his voice seems small, and Izuku is quick to nod. I really do, Todoroki-kun. Using your full capabilities wouldn't have anything to do with him at all. I can always help you test it out after this whole thing is over, if you want. I have a few ideas, like if you can produce PFCs internally you might be able to breathe underwater, that we can try. We probably want someone who knows CPR around for that, though, just in case. Todoroki nods. Considering how much you've done for some of our classmates' quirks already, I would like that, Midoriya-kun. Thank you. Izuku thinks that he sees the tiniest smile on Todoroki's face. He smiles back. I'm always happy to help however I can, Todoroki-kun. Neither of them were aware of the fact that Bakugo had overheard their whole conversation. at the same time as Todoroki and Midoriya's talk. Endeavor. It's been ages since we last had a chance to talk. 10 years ago, wasn't it? How have you been? Endeavor scoffs. Do you think that I'm here to play catch up with you? This is ridiculous. Get out of my way. Internally, Toshinori sighs. He really hasn't changed, has he? Come now. Don't be such a party pooper. Your son Shudo did quite well. Third place is nothing to scoff at, and he hasn't even used his left side yet. You've trained him well. Endeavor glared at him. What are you trying to say? Regardless, third is hardly good enough. He was outsmarted by a quirkless runt. Toshinori really didn't like the sound of that. I was actually hoping that you might have some advice about training the next generation. Do you really think that I'd give you advice? Your happy-go-lucky attitude just pisses me off. Scary. Sorry. Know this, All Might? I'll mold that boy into a hero that surpasses even you. That's the only reason he was even born. What? He's being a rebellious brat right now, but he'll take your title as number one. Something about this conversation? I don't like how this feels. Izuku had quickly gone back to eat lunch with his friends, making sure that he would be at top form for the one-on-one battles. He and his classmates all headed out to the stadium after the break. Most of those who didn't make it through to the finals are planning to participate in the recreational games, but Izuku is going to save his strength. He'll need it. Midnight got back up on the stage with a white box in her hands. Now, all of the matchups for our final 16 competitors will be decided by drawing lots. Of course, those of you competing can choose to sit out. Midnight starts to draw lots and silently writes them down, and Izuku is visibly shaking with nerves. Who am I going to go against first, I wonder? I just hope that we can all get as far as we can. And here is our lineup. Izuku looks up at the board and wants to cry. I have to fight Bakugo first?